I can't see. It was straight ahead. A military project should have lights. Maybe it wasn't the sound of stone against metal. The hovercycle stops, but we keep going. For a while, anyway. First I hear a thud, then a splash, and after that I find that there are things darker than night. All light is gone, and so am I. He's here. Even if I hadn't heard his arrival, this alertness, this wakefulness would have told me that the spiritual tingling I feel is the presence of the sought-for host. But where? Light must be born from darkness, says the spell. I dare not light an unrequired match, lest all my work should fall apart in the final hour. Besides, Jews and Chia doesn't like to be trifled with. Its edicts must be followed to the letter. So I walk through the dark, barefoot. The ground is grainy, moist and cold. Even my slight weight leaves impressions in the soil. Let it be. It makes it that much easier for me to find my way back. I let my witch sense guide me, but grab a bamboo rod from one of the pools to serve as a cane. I do not fancy falling into yet another spring. Progress is slow, but the way is short. Not 50 paces from my house I find a flying motorcycle. It is overturned and empty, with all the lights still blinking. No matter. This is not the end of the trail. I turn left, putting my cane before me and HRMPH. I prod, then bend down and touch what the bamboo has found. Soft flesh and a small trickle of sticky blood. My host. Strangely, I still feel a pull, almost a yank, to somewhere beyond where the body lies. But in that direction there is nothing but a group of closely spaced pools. I must be truly old, if even my witch's sight is going. A quick tug shows me that my strength is also fading. I fail to lift the host onto my shoulders, and find I must drag him. Wait. There, beneath the jacket. Not a him. A her. I look at the moon, and shrug. Not much time left. It's not what I expected, but it's not as if as if he weren't used to sharing body space with a female, after all. I move to the head of the body and take one of the girl's hands in each of mine. I'm careful to keep her head above ground and her torso out of the pools as I drag her back across my footprints. Brain damage and extra curses are two things I can ill afford. Once we're back, I move her into position and try to ignore the sizzle as her blood hits the force field. I don't need moonlight to tell me that the drops turn black. I make a quick trip inside the shack to retrieve my candles and replace them, this time around the girl. Fire, air, earth, water. It goes faster, this time. The candlelight falls upon her face, and I hiss. A Westerner. And a plain one. Nothing to be done about that now. I drive her visage from my mind, and finish the enchantment. So, this time, the candle flames twist and turn to form a spiraling cocoon around the host. When it's complete, I turn off the force field, trusting the spiritual energy to keep the girl above the exposed pool. It works. She floats above his captive soul, waiting for me. There is one ingredient yet to be added to complete the awakening, one final gift. Even now, the pool demands a sacrifice before it will let forth its prize, spirit for spirit, and I cannot kill. It would be so easy, if I could. I close my eyes, and think of how I ate Jews and Chia. I give it that, and more. I give the pool my grief, my madness, offer unto it those years of work I've spent beside it, and my apprenticeship with my predecessor. I add my warrior self a bogus gift, since that side of me has been dead since my exile. I will my panics and my crazed passions into a separate entity, and cast all but the memory of it into the shimmering water. Goodbye, shampoo. Now there is only his shampoo. Again, a column of virginal white rises from the spring, surrounded by a corkscrew of foaming water. My offering has been accepted. I sink to my knees and cry, barely noticing the diminution of chest and hair taking place in the luminescent cage. All I see is a blinding flash that dries my tears, and then the girl is gone. I summon enough coherence to switch the field back on before the cocoon completely disappears, then greet the one for whom I've traded a part of myself. Ni hao, Ranma. I feel nothing. I mean that. No floor, walls, clothes or skin, just my mind floating in an insensual dark. No pain. I open my eyes. There's no blur, or period of adjustment. The unaccustomed crispness of the scene before me reminds me that I need new contacts. But someone has already provided them for me, haven't they? Two figures, lit by candlelight and apparently unaware of me. I remember falling off the low. Rat. I turn my head, finding surprisingly little resistance from my neck muscles. He's nowhere in sight. Just a table, stools, stove and pans, wax candles, scrolls. Am I in some farmer's hut? I don't remember being rescued. I try to speak, to let them know I'm awake, but nothing comes out. I can't even move my lips. I try my hands and feet. Nothing. Great. Just great. I must have broken my spine in the fall. That would explain the lack of feeling and movement, but all those things cost a fortune to fix. Nothing to do but wait, watch, and hope they notice the identity card in my wallet. Rat, where are you? The larger figure is cloaked, and it has been silent for some time. Its raiment now ruffles a bit, and she speaks in heavily accented Japanese. A lot change in 100 years. Places go. People die. And there's nothing we can do about it. The dojo? Asks the other. A shake of the head is his reply. Pop? Silence. I can? I'm sorry. The young one sounds like Rat when he cries. He sobs in spurts which he tries to suppress, presumably to preserve his image of manliness. If only he knew. It only makes it worse. But you're alive, he manages. How did the women of my village or Amazon women live long? Or have you forgotten great-grandmother? Forget? Forget? How can I forget? You tell me this story, and it must be true, 'cause you're Not like I used to be, but for me, it isn't like yesterday. It is yesterday. You still think this a dream? Another shake of the head. From the young one, this time. I believe you. He punches a wall. This ain't no dream. It's a nightmare. You won't go back in pool. The old one is angry. You won't go back to be so stuck with no paradise, no damnation. Be grateful. Shampoo make you alive. Before today, you just spirit world equivalent of vegetable. Yeah, you brought me back, but the way I see it, you've gotten rid of everything. Tonight is a night for tears. The young one turns his face away from the elders crying, and notices my open eyes at last. She's up. He walks closer to me, and I realize he's dressed in a famil. Wait a minute. Aren't those my clothes? He seems taken aback, as well, for he lowers his eyes once in candlelight range, and blushes. I follow his gaze, and see the reason why. Funny. I didn't know my body blushed. Shame and embarrassment share space in my mind. I'm mortified. Naked in front of a teenage kid and a crone. Deity, what if I'm not paralyzed? What if this is all some twisted sexual trap by a pair of deviants who I open my eyes wider than I thought possible, and even the young pervert takes time off from staring at my hips to stagger backwards with a surprised yeah. I seem to be growing a set of clothes. I'm still blushing, but the blush shapes my skin into a pallid jacket, shirt and jeans, my favorite outfit, which I left behind in Tokyo. I must be hallucinating. They've fed me some paralytic drug, and it's playing with my mind. I don't want to go like this. I don't want to go at all, but drugged and raped is on the top of my to avoid list. Rat. Never around when you need him. The elder one comes closer, and I see her face. Clearly aged, but the only wrinkles are crow's feet around her eyes, and her sky blue hair has only a few gray streaks in it. She nods. A signal. I take cord off mouth now, but you no scream, okay? And no try move, please. You still weak. Take time to get used to get so knocked out of body. Like tooth extraction. She looks at her still spooked companion. Take time for both of you. So, she says, addressing me again, nice girl promise. I nod. She crouches and puts a hand to my mouth, removing a slip of paper I hadn't noticed before. I can speak now, and I do. Where am I? Juzenkyo. And that is in China. China. I'm going to kill Rat. If I find him. It's not as bad as Ethiopia, but, geez, what do you want of me? That take more than one word to explain. She pulls up a stool, and sits on it before telling me everything. She tells me the story of Juzenkyo, and of a boy who was cursed there a century ago. She speaks of his murder, of her efforts to reverse his death and of his soul's entrapment. It's a tale full of ghosts and magic, spells and gruesome vengeance. I don't believe a word of it. Until, in anger, She picks up the stool she's sitting on and throws it through me. That's pretty convincing, and my absolute clear-headedness, more than I've ever felt before, rules out the possibility of drugs. So, you're dead? I ask the boy who wears my clothes and has been listening as attentively as he nods, and puts his right hand behind his head while feebly hissing. Just like Rat. I'm Ranma Saotome. I mean. He sighs. Sorry about all this. King Thompson. You should be. I've read enough about ghosts to know that I can't see them, but everything else about her matches what I've learned. The instant I remove the wards from her hands and feet, this king is free to move, and she does. She tries to walk, then gives up and glides phantom fashion across the room while Ranma watches. What's that in his eyes? Interest? Pity? Mistrust? I can't read him as well as I used to. And the girl. I feel less guilt at what I've done when I see how she enjoys her new form, poking at everything around her to see how hard she must push before going through it. It appears that disembodied spirits can affect the material world, but only if they're gentle. Ranma Saotome would not have made a good ghost. Her violent tendencies would have sent her spiraling through everything in her path, until she left the very world sphere. This one can learn. Already she is picking up small bits of string, toppling scrolls. Small things, but admirable progress. She stops. Something wrong? Ranma's question. Just a second, she says. I wonder. Her eyes close and her clothing changes. Her body too, I see. Appropriate areas expand and contract, and in the end I can no longer call her plain. Her smile, once she opens her eyes and looks down at herself, tells me that she thinks the same. I glance at Ranma. He is transfixed, dumbfounded. If he were not bonded to this girl, and were she not bodiless, I would be tempted to disfigure the competition. But I am not mad. Not now. I gave that bit of me away, remember? Right. I start to clear my throat, but the all-too-nice girl speaks before I draw the attention of my beloved. Rat would drown in his own blood if he could see me now, she grins. Rat? My question. Hibiki Raraku, the boy who drove the hovercycle I arrived on. Radiko's his nickname. Ranma leaps up, and my interest, too, is piqued. When magic is involved, such things are not coincidence. Hibiki. Kim nods. He's probably halfway to Guatemala by now. That boy gets lost in closets. I'm forced to chuckle. Some things never change. Ranma prods her and she speaks more of her black-haired friend, focusing on his intelligence, speed and lack of navigational skills. She goes on about a scavenger hunt, and their deviation from their planned course of travel. When her story reaches its end, I freeze. The last thing she remembers hearing is a splash, and in Juzenkyo, a splash means, I curse myself. My witch's sense was right all along. The yank I felt towards the pools was telling me that the chosen host, the body fated to hold Ranma's soul, Had fallen into one of the cursed springs by accident. In my foolishness, I ignored it, and now my poor groom and this girl are bound in a union of error. Oh, and I could go, and try again. I should have tossed my conscience into the spring with all the rest, but now all chances at a remedy have flown away. Or have they? They might have just flown in. Never before tonight had I seen a creature so intent on breaking into my home. When magic is involved, excuse me. During my reverie, Kim has moved on to matters of her academic life. I think she said she studied physics. Probably, for Aaron looks pale. I stand and move towards the stove. The pot I left upon the range is shaking violently. Funny. I didn't think I'd left the fire on. The bat I'd clubbed and captured soars out of the vessel, sending the aluminium lid clattering across the floor. The ghost and Ranma turn around in time to see it grow and melt into a very angry, very wet and very naked young man. Falling to the floor doesn't help his disposition any. I jerk a thumb towards the youth. Is your friend? Yes. So it turns out Rat's a vampire. If I'm a ghost, why not? All we need now is a unicorn to come along and give us a lift back to you of Tokyo. I always did want to see what Rat looked like beneath his turtleneck and jeans. I just didn't think it'd be this soon, or that he'd be covered in mushrooms and herbs. Ah, well, never look a gift horse in the mouth, they say. Not that it's his mouth I'm staring at. Geez, I hope I'm not doing that pink glow thing again. Wait a second. That's flakes on his chest. Isn't that garlic? Rat snarls, the garnishes upon him sizzle, and the garlic becomes roast garlic. Towel, he growls. The crone grabs a rag and tosses it to Raraku, who's all too prompt in wrapping it around his midsection. Ah, there. He's noticed the garlic. He reaches for it and eats it. I thought vampires didn't like GA. Vampire? You think I'm a vampire? Well, yes. But you, the bat. I feel foolish. Haven't you been listening, Kim? I know I have. Bats have excellent hearing, and you wouldn't believe the acoustics in that kettle. No, I'm not a vampire, Kim. It's only thanks to your friends. A hand wave shows that he means Ranma and shampoo, and I have seen the inside of a pot. Spring of brown bat, offers Ranma. Guess again. Spring of attractive brown female fruit bat. I'm not going to laugh, but I do. You think it's funny? Yes, actually. It's the tail end of Ju's and Kyo's fruit bat mating season, and guess who's the only available female in the area? This time, all three of us find it impossible to contain our mirth. The crone looks like she's going to lose a lung or two. Ah, yes, now you laugh. But what happened when I tried to come in? Miss Cannibal tried to turn me into stew. He must have been heating up during his story, because all the herbs on him now spontaneously flambe. Flying fox soup is shampoo hometown specialty. I must give the woman credit for saying that cheerfully and with a straight face. Rat, however, isn't impressed. I can tell by the way his loincloth starts smoking. Fire in his loins, indeed. Your family name's Hibiki, right? Ranma defuses the rat bomb before his fig leaf burns away. Reiraku turns to him and nods, calmer and cooled down. Honestly, the boy has more mood swings than children at mid-month. Know a guy called Ryuga? Why yes. By reputation. He's my great-grandfather. Figures. So the old coot actually married. Huh. Never would guessed. Who was it? Who was what? His wife. Rat frowns, and Shampoo looks away. My family doesn't like to talk about her. Why not? She went insane and destroyed half a district with her spatula. It's still held against us. Spatula? Sounds bonkers to me. But to him, Ranma's face, it's so sad. The news hit him hard. Friend of his. You'd think a dead guy would be hard to face. But that's not just one tear moving down his face and neck. In the sunlight, it almost looks like sunlight. It's tomorrow. I know I don't have one in my current state, but my heart beats faster, anyway. SH. Shouldn't we be going? I ask. Rat laughs. Where to? Well, back. To the university. You're going back into raise with that jock attached to you. I don't have a choice. And I don't have clothes. And you know how the KF loves indecent exposure. Well, I blush a bit, but manage to get it out. I don't find it all that indecent, truth be told. And the dear boy nosebleeds, as expected. Yes, I cheated by manipulating my neckline while he watched, but I take my victories where I can get them. You're looking nicer than usual, too. So he did notice. But you're not quite all there. If your curse works like mine, couldn't you just switch and let deadbeat stay with Madame here? A good idea, but before I can say so, Shampoo vetoes it. It no work. Wandering limited. What? When ghost form no more than one width of Jews and Kyo from body, get transported back, like rubber band. How wide is Jews and Kyo? 800 meter. Maybe 1,000. Geez. Isn't there any way to change it? The crone shakes her head. I try. That's all I can do. Second best is down to pool width. Is better? No. I'd have to agree. So, I'd have to drag this boy with me to Tokyo. Yes. And we'd have to coexist. Yes. For how long? She looks me in the eye. Life. Please tell me you're joking. Another shake of the head. It seems to be her favorite word in body language. Shampoo sorry. And Reiraku feeling a draft. Don't you have a spare cloak? Or something? In closet. Rat starts off. Towards the door. Wait. He'll get low, Ranma chuckles. Skip it. I know the drill. He calls to Reiraku. Hey, bad boy. The closet's this way. I smile, and notice that Shampoo smiles with me. They don't realize what's happened. The laws of heaven and biology have been repealed for them today. and they behave as though they were watching a clever sideshow at a carnival. The nature of the spell allows anyone with a Chia curse to be able to see any ghost bonded to a living person through said curse. This is called comfort. King treats her ghosthood like a toy. The rat's anger is that of a spoiled child, and Ranma is withdrawn. He's retracted into a turtle-like shell. He does not know, and does not want to know, how his death has changed me and the others. Ever carefree, he cannot imagine taking responsibility for the consequences of his demise. He refuses to enjoy the life I've patched together for him, for that would imply acknowledgement of not just one, but of a flood of debts. He always was ungrateful, but in this, if I had wanted a body with vacant eyes, I would have stuck to squirrels. Then again, who am I to talk? I never thought till now of what would happen afterwards, of what he would do, of how he would cope with a new world. My planning always ended at this moment, when a part of me assumed that everything would be set right, and all the toil and grief and pain and forfeited experience would be revealed to have been worth it. Guess what? That isn't happening. They say they're going to Tokyo. I could go, too. Methuse's children are always asking when I'll visit. This is my chance to take them up on the offer. Legally, I still hold title to the Nakoyanan, so if worst comes to worst, I'm going with you, I pronounce, forgetting to accent my Japanese. They don't notice. Where? One of them asks. Tokyo. Where will you stay? I tell them. Kim and Ranma nod their agreement. Now that that's settled, says Raraku, what if we go find my hovercycle? Who gets the seats? Kim. What do you mean? There's 4 of us and room for 2. But she grins in a way which I don't entirely like. 2 of us can change to take no space at all. Fine with me, says Ranma. I'll do the ghost thing, and bad boy can go in the pot. What? This one's dangerous. Before he can complain, I douse him with water from the sink and stuff his bad form into my pressure cooker, vicing the lid into place and leaving the steam valve open so she can breathe. Squeak! I shrug in response to an odd look from Kim. It only way. The violent boys. Both Kim and Ranma nod. So, when we leave, any time. The girl is positively beaming. Then her color scheme darkens. Oh. What wrong? Well, the reason that we ended up here in the first place was that lost boy over there, she points at the pot, got us out of range of the math map. Math map? Ranma asks. Navigational map, dearest. Tells you where you are at any time, within a certain range. For Rat's cheapo model, that's only 1,000 km from downtown Tokyo. He certainly is a hibiki. Ranma echoes my own thoughts. You see, you not know how to get back? I'm not sure. Couldn't we hire a guide? Let's Shampoo take look. Ranma looks at Kim, who shrugs. I take this as my cue to exit. In daylight, I see that the crash site is only a few dozen steps from my hut. The lights on the hovercycle's display are still blinking, and one of the backlit buttons reads, Ah, so that's what was wrong. I flip a switch, and hide my smile as I return. I think I fix, I tell them. A slight understatement. What? I think I fix. What do you mean? I push button, and map of China come on screen, with blinking dot at Jews and Chia. Lem see, says the girl. And she does. When I lead her and my betrothed to the cycle, she drags her hand over her face. The minute that Fledermaus is human again, she vows, he's going to be sorry you didn't cook him. What's wrong? Asks Ranma. Kim points at a button. See this? LRS. Long-range sensors. The bloody thing was right here, under his nose all the time, and the idiot didn't notice. She growls. I thought it was odd that rich parents like his would put a substandard nav map on his bike, especially considering. Enough talk. We lose too much time already. You two want change now. Jews and Chia, never truly comfortable, is decidedly unpleasant today, and I am eager to leave. To start again. Just a second. Ranma looks back as he dashes back to the shack. There's something I gotta do. Too late. I realize what he's planning. Shishihoukan. I chided him, albeit silently, for keeping his feelings inside of himself, and now he's let them out in the most explosive way possible. Last night's pyrotechnics are reversed. A column of white-blue fire falls from the sky onto the pool of ground. What would I call it now? Drowned in me? X him. A spiral of foaming water twirls around the beam, dissolving into mist, then all is gone. Only a hole in the ground with charred edges marks the site where once my life, his soul and my cast-off emotions were held captive. This is trouble. He's hurt Jews and Chia, and it will not forget. In living memory, no one has dared destroy Spring. The place will haunt him. It will demand satisfaction and revenge, and unless I or another can bend nature and destiny more than I have already managed to, it will succeed. I want to run. You ready to switch? I ask again. I hope they do not note the tremor in my voice. Not that I wait for an answer, of course. While Kim opens her mouth, I uncork a thermos and splash the returning Ranma with its contents. The boy and girl switch places and solidities. Ranma's spirit form is unconscious, just as Kim's was after her first change. He's to tell you already, it like tooth extraction. Get kicked out of body, big shock, little death. Take time to get used to it. What do we do? Strap that bot to bike, get in driver's seat and wait me to get on and back. Leave Ranma here. But he warped back, remember? Kim nods. She does as she is told, and the minute I tag my arms safely around her, she starts the throttle. I look behind me, and all I see is dust. Soon the people will all be gone and I will be alone forever. MARTI Enemies and Resurrection * Chapter 27 * Envoy Tokyo is burning. The fire mirrors the flame I feel within, and the stench of soot and smoke and human flesh fills my nostrils. It is a glorious smell, the smell of victory, of triumph over enemies purified. The heat consumes them, reducing them to two innocuous piles of dust. I am that heat, and the heat is me. We work as a unit towards the final cleansing. All who stand before me fall as I swing my blade. My goal is clear. I will not be deterred. My orders remain the same. This is not good. I charge forward through the mass of people. A woman looks at me, pleading for mercy, asking me why. For a fleeting moment, I am confused. Her eyes are watering, her mouth drawn open as she nervously runs her hands through her mad hair, begging, holding up her sweat-caked, sweaty hands to show me that there is no weapon there, trembling. This could be worse than what we allowed that joked Suzuki woman to do. You know it was necessary. He has unfinished business. Gentlemen, may I remind you both that we are now concerned with a different young man? Then I remember my orders. She is the enemy, and the enemy is to be annihilated. One of my throwing spatulas is enough to silence her. She will entreat no longer. Now, for the rest of them. I march steadily forwards, scanning the area, squinting past the corpses of those whom I've already dealt with, until I see another figure, at the end of the street. I slow in my approach. A female, silhouetted against the flames of the burning building behind her. The shadows are too deep to see her face, but her shape, her feel. She is somehow familiar. She steps closer, then closer still. I am transfixed. I reach for my throwing, then my combat spatula, but my limbs will not respond. All my energy is absorbed by a different task. I must see her face. This I know, stronger than any orders I may have to carry out, and my body accepts the primacy of this objective. As I watch, her countenance brightens somewhat, but before her features are distinguishable, she is joined by three others. Another female, this one with short hair, a male with a pigtail, and another male in a cloak. They, too, are familiar. The first woman is close enough so that she is almost out of the shadows. The light shines upon her chin, teasing my petrified form with the promise of a reflection. It dances for a moment on her lip, then rises to her nose, and when it reaches the level of her eyes, envoy yet another offering from the Anything Goes School of Indiscriminate Fanfic writing by Aaron Mills, edited by 4CW6 Ranma 2096. Characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Art. We're on a mission from God. D.A.N.I. Croyd. The Blues Brothers. There's the scarlet thread of murder running through the colorless skein of life, and our duty is to unravel it, and isolate it, and expose every inch of it. S.I.R. Arthur Conan Doyle. A Study in Scarlet Somewhere in Tokyo. Fall 2096. Sable sat up in his bed with a start. The dream again. The dream that had plagued his sleep every night for the past year. Always that woman, Sable thought as he lay back down. I always nearly see her face, and then I wake up. Flashes of the reverie came back to him. He frowned as he struggled to remember. It was so difficult. But he was sure. They weren't not exactly the same the other three figures. Those were new which meant that his imbalance was increasing. He'd mentioned it to the executress, and she had been concerned, as might be expected, especially when the neural depressors did nothing to eliminate the visions, but had tolerated it when she found that it was identical each night. Only a doubling of his psychiatric examinations had been ordered. If it was changing, it just wouldn't do. Sakura would be disappointed if she knew. To have dreams was crime enough. To have them vary was failure. Stones don't dream. Sable took the metal helmet next to his bed and plugged it into the computer terminal that had been installed there for the purpose, then slipped it over his head. He closed his eyes and concentrated, gathering all his inner strength and focusing on destroying whatever phantoms might be roaming in his consciousness. One by one, he located them, and felt them questions about the meaning, fleeting memories of what he'd seen. All these were cleaved by his mental avatar, leaving his mindscape as empty as possible before flipping the switch. The neural depressor hummed into liveliness, and Southeast-1B-YL dropped into a regulated, dreamless sleep. Damn! I was sure it would work this time. We can't keep this up. We don't have the time. I figure it will be only a few more months before he goes the way of his mother. HMM. What is it, Mitsuko? I think it is time to implement our last option. You can't be serious. I am. As you said, Furitsu, we're running out of time. And she is our best bet. She, too, has unfinished business. And what about the other three? Who knows how she'll react when she meets up with them? Especially the Wanderer. She has become a very bitter woman, Hitatsu. I don't believe they'll be a problem. As for the Wanderer, I think he'll stay out of her way if he's sufficiently warned and scared. Had better watch her step. Our option still harbors a very large grudge against the assassin. I don't think that Scaride will be a problem. Ryugu walked along the streets. Back in Tokyo again, only this time it was different. He hadn't just stumbled onto the city, he'd been drawn here. At every crossroad, every turning point over the last few days, he felt a spiritual tug, forcing him into a subpath. There had never been any doubt as to the direction he needed to travel. And now, that guiding force was gone. He had reached his destination. Who or what it was that had caused it, he didn't know, but whatever it was wanted him here. Tonight. He looked around, staring at the dimly lit and shadowed shapes. The area looked oddly familiar. He didn't know why. Deity knew Tokyo had changed a lot in the years since his death. Then, the moon vanished behind the clouds, and the answers to his questions were made painfully clear. The street lamps all went out at once, and Ryuga's own keen eye provided the only illumination. Until a tug again, but of a different kind. This one was more familiar, more like the beacon he'd steered by for more than half a dozen decades. Another keeper sense. A ghost? The feeling grew. Too large. There'd have to be 10. No. 20 of them. More like a place, thought the wanderer. But that's ridiculous. This isn't a graveyard, and whoever heard any other place having this kind of chaos train of thought was abruptly halted as a huge blue column of spiritual fire burst from the clouds and struck the sidewalk in front of him, sending the ghost flying. Ryuga sat up and watched as the key flames shifted and pulsed, and finally forming an image of a two-story building. An old building, not like the new aerodynamic skyscrapers or geodesic domes. It had plain, whitewashed walls, a sliding door in the front off to one side and a large window next to it. Hanging above the entrance was a large canopy. Upon it, in unnaturally glowing letters, were two words that Ryuga knew well, Bukanzokonomiyaki. At the same time, Childra Jansen and Tendo Akan were walking across the quad at the University of Tokyo. So, you're telling me that Ranma put on a dress and tried to screw up your date with Ryuga? Yup, said Akan, cheerful for once, remembering the time. Things got even more confused when Yukio accidentally swiped the wig off his head. Ryuga was not thrilled to find that the other woman was Ranma. Childra laughed. I wish I'd been around to see that. She suddenly noticed that the ghost had gone very quiet. Is something wrong, lass? Akan jumped, startled out of her reverie. What? She asked. Oh, no. I was just remembering Ryuga and Yukio. Neither of them deserved to go through what they did. Especially Yukio. It must have been hard. Yes, Akan said, swallowing. I hope she's found peace at last. I was there when Ryuga died. I saw him go. Through the tunnel, I mean, but I wish I'd been there for Yukio, even in spirit. I don't think you could have done it any other way. Lass, you know what I mean. Jansen nodded. Akan continued. No one should have to die alone. Childra was about to say something, when a blaze of blue light appeared in the sky. Both girls' attentions were drawn to it. What is that? Asked Akan. I don't know, Childra said, beginning to run toward the light. But if I had to venture a guess, I'd say somebody just blew into town. Ryuga stood transfixed, staring at the key-based replica of the old restaurant. What to do? Go in? Stay out here? And the more important question, if this was Uken's, who was its proprietor? The question was answered a few moments later when the door opened, and Kwanji Yukio stepped out. She looked somewhat different than the last time he saw her. She, too, had reversed her age to her mid-teens, and was dressed in a variant of her usual outfit. The tunic was now black with white trim. The bandolier was in its usual place. Yukio's hair bow, however, was not. Her long brown hair hung freely, and around her throat was a new accessory, a delicate white scarf. There was also something else Ryuga noticed. The carefree look she had in her teens was gone, replaced by a bitter, cynical expression. It was the look of one who has seen too much grief and pain in her life, the look of someone who has, quite literally, seen hell. When her eyes landed on the person who stood before her, hatred was added to her emotional pantheon. "You?" Ryuga gasped. A cynical grin crossed her face. Well, if it isn't my darling husband," she spat. "Still the champion of the living impaired? How? Why? Don't strain yourself, sugar. I'm not here for you. I'm on a mission." "Mission?" Confusion crossed Ryuga's face. "I'm here to keep our son from doing something stupid." "Kyokyu? He's a grandfather. What could he possibly?" Yukaitu shook her head. "Same old Ryuga, all brawn and no brain. We have another son." "Another son? But we never I mean, since you -er went crazy. Don't worry, you can say it. But I'm quite sane now, thank you. And you're right, we didn't. But the fact remains that we have another son, and he is quite possibly the biggest threat Tokyo has at the moment." Ryuga blinked. "How?" She shook her head again. "I can't tell you. I'm not allowed. Just stay out of my way, Ryuga, and you won't get hurt." Ryuga stared at his former spouse. "You show up out of nowhere after nearly 75 years, tell me we have another son and then expect me to forget this happened and stay out of your way. Sorry, I can't oblige." He stepped forward, intending to get some answers. Yukaitu's eyes turned to pure red slits and a bolt of green ki energy shot from the aura around her and thrust him back to his original location. "I warned you," she said coldly. "I have a job to do and no time to answer questions. Just go about your business and pretend this meeting never took place." "You have my business," Ryuga yelled. "I cared about you. Fuck, you cared about me. Then where were you when I needed you? Where were you those nights I needed someone to talk to tell me that everything was going to be alright? Where were you on some days became so bad I could barely keep the shop open? Where were you when I lost the store? When I felt reality slipping away from me? Where were you when the only recourse to me left was to make all of Nirima feel the pain that I felt? Where were you those days in the sanatorium when everyone would come to pity the poor lunatic girl? Where were you then, you son of a bitch? Where were you the day that I died? When the pain in my chest became so great that my heart exploded? Where were you when all of our descendants decided to sponge me from their memories? Where were you 3 years ago when I had a chance to make everything right, and Gosankuji Sakurai did this to me?" She ripped the scarf from her throat, revealing an angry red scar that pulsed with a light all its own. A red line of pain against a green background of hatred. Yukai let Ryuga get a good look at it, then replaced the piece of cloth. Ryuga swallowed awkwardly. "She's right. I had the chance to take care of Sakurai and I didn't. Now, because of this, she hates me. Maybe if I had been there. Listen to me. God damn it." Yukaitu's angered voice snapped him back to attention. "I've spent the last 3 years in limbo thanks to her, because no one was there to help me. Now, once again, I have a chance to put my soul to rest, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let anyone or anything stand in my way. I don't want to hurt you, Ryuga, but I've been given enough power to do what I have to do and to protect myself from Skyride. I'm more than a match for you. So if you'll just stay out of my way, we'll both be much happier. The wall of ki dissipated and Ryuga found himself able to move again. He saw the restaurant begin to fade as Yukaya walked away from him. Wait! He called. Yukaya stopped mid-stride. I have nothing further to say to you, she said, without turning. Isn't there anything I can do to help? Yukaya slowly turned her face towards him. Her expression was blank, and she spoke with deliberation. No. I have a job to do and I'll do it myself. Goodbye, Ryuga. She turned once again and walked off into the night. Ryuga stared after her, concerned, and very frightened. Children and Akan rounded the corner. The blue light had been joined by a green one a few moments ago and now both were fading. As they turned, Akan's jaw dropped. Vanishing into the darkness was Ukan's, back after being demolished so many years ago. And two figures, both clearly ghosts, conversing. She couldn't make any major details out on the woman, but the man conformed to all the descriptions of the wanderer. The hood of his cape was down, but his back was to them. It wasn't only the sights which shocked her, but the words as well. Isn't there anything I can do to help? No. I have a job to do and I'll do it myself. Goodbye, Ryuga. Akan's senses reeled. Ryuga? The voices, they couldn't be. But her own non-corporeal ears confirmed they were. Further confirmation occurred when the wanderer turned around and the ghost and the human found themselves face to face with Hibiki Ryuga. Ryuga's eyes widened. He hurriedly pulled the hood of his cape back up and leaped to the top of the street light. From there, he jumped up to the rooftops. Then he was gone. Akan felt her legs begin to give way. She sat down on the pavement. Children sat down next to her and tried to assess what she had seen. The phrase she uttered a few moments later summed it neatly up. Oh, shit. Chapter 28 Episode 2 Wacky Hijinks Prologue. The dark was also warm, and Ranma could almost see an orange glow beyond his eyelids. Noise and voices were coming into being, but he couldn't understand them nor did he try to. He waited until they forced recognition upon him to awaken. Snippets of remembrance slithered through his mind. Pain, death, ghosts, age, loss. How silly. He must have eaten the wrong thing last night to have such nightmares. But how could it have been the wrong thing? Kasumi had cooked dinner, and she never made mistakes in the kitchen. Were those kitchen sounds, then? He decided to pay attention. Sirens, shouts, loudspeakers, chanting and a million conversations drowning out what could probably pass as music. Not kitchen sounds. Ranma decided that any further sleep was liable to be interrupted by the noise around him, so he opened his eyes. All he saw at first was green, but boy, did he ever see it. Small emerald scales forced themselves upon his field of vision with perfect detailing, clearer than he'd ever seen anything before. His mind was brimming with visual stimuli, but he didn't have a headache. If anything, he was getting a bit of a rush. He wondered about the source of the miraculous green, and looked up. A pair of gently sloping mounds, making him feel as if his forehead should be moister than it felt. He looked down. Legs. Which meant, Chia. Ranma tried to force himself away from the Kodakai look-alike, and Newton's third law sent him sailing through a row of her friends, leaving him face to face with a paper-mache version of his female half. With horns and a tail. Strike! Someone swung a bookend, cracking the pine knot open and spraying the ground with cheap metal bells, black and white candies and pictures of him. Before he could look closer, a circle of screaming girls closed in on Ranma, falling on all fours to collect as many of the trinkets as they could. They kicked, and screamed, and tackled each other until all was once more darkness. When the light returned, the scenery had changed for the worse. In front of him now was a larger-than-life portrait of a scantily clad Kodakai hugging a ridiculously besotted version of himself. No way he'd ever allow his hair to grow that long, or to fall against his eyes like that. Was his chin really that pointy? He could poke someone's eye out with that thing. Oh, you're awake. Ranma lowered his head and realized he'd been looking at a mural painted on the side of a skyscraper. Whatever was happening to his eyes made it difficult to gauge distances, since nothing blurred. It all stayed perfectly in focus. You look confused, the voice continued. Don't worry about it. The change had me disoriented, too. And you have been warping for the last 1,000 Ks. He was standing. No, he was hovering next to that girl from what he'd hoped had been a dream, on that weird motorcycle of hers. They appeared to be in a traffic jam, though it wasn't any wonder that the cars weren't moving. They didn't have any wheels. Well, said Kim. At least now I know why your name sounded so familiar. I've been hearing it chanted over loudspeakers ever since we entered Tokyo. This was Tokyo. It looked nothing like the city he thought he knew. Everything had a different tone to it. Everything felt different. The air smelled of burnt circuitry and sweat. The light was bluer than it should be. And all the movement that he saw was either much too fast or much too slow. With the crowds on the sidewalks shouting at each other, and the girls crying his name, Ranma felt like he was an invited guest into someone else's dream. Or his own nightmare. Where's shampoo? There was a pressure cooker strapped to the side of the hovercycle, as he remembered there should be, but the Amazon was nowhere in sight. I dropped her off at that restaurant of hers. The owner seemed to know her, so I thought it was okay. Rat was making too much noise, and she clubbed him one. I'm told he'll be back to his senses by morning. Is he going to be alright? Sure. He's taken worse hits before. She gestured at the roadside. Anything you can tell me about this stuff? Ranma looked, and tried to understand. The streets were paved with light-haired women. Some were holding placards, others shouting through megaphones, and every block or so there was another pinata. Bold red lettering announced the 100th anniversary of the temporary ascension, 1996 to 2096 against white cloth banners. Up ahead, a small boy with curly hair was directing traffic, dressed in black and blue body armor. No. There was nothing at all he could tell her. They can't see me. What do you think? If they could see you, I don't think they'd let us through. Oh. Now would be a good time to learn to glide, said Kim, unless you want to continue warping. I think they're about to let us through. Ranma nodded, scarcely listening. He was still trying to take everything in. The buildings were taller than he'd ever seen, the cars floated rather than rolled, and that policeman. What's a little tyke doing working as a traffic cop? You guys repealed child labor laws, or something? That's not a boy. It's the Cecil, they're the Kunyu Foundation's city troops. Kunyu Foundation? They didn't have it back when you went away. I thought it had been around forever. Never heard of it. The only Kunyu I know's a clown. Huh. Kind of odd they'd bring them out today. I suppose they were worried that the Church of Kodakai's celebrations would start a riot. Can't say I blame them. Church of Kodakai? Look around you. They're kooky, but they look kinda harmless. There's been a lot of bad press for them lately. Seems they've been linked to theft and murder. Nothing proven yet, but you know how tabloids are, especially when hundreds of pretty girls are involved. The Cecils are tough. Oh. Rumor has it that they're cyborgs, and they're sure as heck not human. So, it'd be bad to run that red light right now, right? Kim hit the brake just in time to avoid doing just that in front of one of the tiny soldiers. Yes, it would have been bad. Her voice was shaking. Very bad. Gliding had come almost intuitively to Ranma, and in no time at all he'd learned to match his own speed to the hovercycle's, and stop when the vehicle did. This isn't so bad, he commented while trying a pirouette. In fact, it's kinda fun. Good, 'cause you're going to have to get used to it. What do you mean? A passing girl stuffed a pamphlet into Kim's jacket pocket. She was cackling and dressed like the Kodakai Ranma remembered, and had used the opportunity afforded by the stoplight to hop from cartridge to cartridge and distribute propaganda through open windows. The number of open windows, of course, was a decreasing function of time. Kim picked up the handout, glanced at it and held up the cover so that Ranma could see it. The same painting he'd seen as a mural was featured prominently on the front of the booklet. This is what I mean. Hey, look, it's not my fault. Maybe not, but until I find a way to change your name and get you plastic surgery. The light turned green. Kim put away the pamphlet and started the hovercycle. Heck, I don't even know if plastic surgery will last through one of our switcheroos. But until I find a way to make you unrecognizable, I'm keeping the body. You're enough of a hindrance to my social life without having a bunch of crazed nuns in leotards running after you. After us. Hindrance to your social life? How'd Kodakai start a church? Anyway, how should I know? They don't have these crackpot religions where I come from, and I haven't paid all that much attention to them since I got here. Next time you have the body, why don't you go up and ask one of them? I'm sure they'd be thrilled to tell you. Come on. It ain't that bad. Oh, no. Look at it my way. I'm down for a life to a dead miner who I don't even know. My best friend's out cold in a pressure cooker, and any thoughts of romance are out of the question, because if I'm not careful, you might walk through the wrong wall or warp in, and I'd be guilty of corruption. Who said anything about wanting to walk in on you? Kim shrugged. Like I said, I don't know you. Look, I didn't ask to be brought back to life. What a coincidence. I didn't ask for it, either. Silence. More banners, shouting, and prodigious filling of leotards by athletically built young ladies. Where are we going, anyway? Rat's house. Much as I enjoyed seeing him naked, the boy needs clothes before we can let him turn back. Turn back. It'd serve him right to run around in his birthday suit for a bit. No, it wouldn't. You got no sense of humor. Indecent exposure is against the law. So? As if anyone would, Kim shook her head. Not anyone. Someone. The Cecils have a big brother. He's the police commissioner. I've seen him lift cars like barbells on the news. You would have to be insane to break the law in downtown Tokyo. Insane. Like all these girls? Exactly. Silence. So, where's his house? He lives in style, yeah? Ranma thought he remembered something being said about a hibiki fortune. A mansion. We're going to his aunt's first. Oh. What for? To get a key to the house. Rat's parents are impossible to reach during the day unless you're the CEO of a multinational, and his own stuff stayed with his clothes, at Juzenkyo. Once in the house, we can get duplicates of Rat's credit cards and it along with his clothes, and then use those to get a new key for his raised room. You think a lot, don't you? That's why I'm in physics. Episode 2, Wacky HIJINX, a haze of hunger and faintness traveled with him, buzzing lightly. He felt disembodied and mad as if he had become some sort of demon. Vague images of girls floated around him, battering him like malevolent butterflies. IRIS Murdoch in my mind's eyes. I see the projections of e-news and private messages flicker backwards across my face. I know the visual effect to be stunning for an onlooker, and that's one of the reasons that I choose to leave the room and look as I go through the evening's correspondence. That the darkness hides the unmade bed behind me and the piles of haphazardly strewn clothing that I must eventually pick up as an unintentional bonus. I hate laundry. It's often in these sorts of moments, when the weight of bureaucracy is threatening to crush me with its denials and red tape, that I'm most grateful for Childer's presence. I've found that it's impossible to tense a muscle without her fingers finding it at once and kneading it back into relaxed submission. Where did you learn to massage? I ask her, and open the incoming tray in the exploratory history folder. The Mule Court, comes the answer from behind me. 19th century? 18th? Oh, right. The pajama affair. Leave it to Jansen to learn advanced physical techniques during a 20-minute time trip, and still collect all of the required data. I repress a shiver as two hands alight on me unexpectedly, one on the back of my neck, and the other at the top of my head. The first rubs my spine gently, exploring thoroughly the troughs between my vertebrae. The second? Well, nothing beats a good hair ruffling. Childra's version makes me wish that all shampoos had fingernails. Now, let's see what Gosunkuji wants today. I suppose that was to be expected, but still. I bite my lip. We're being blocked, I tell my loved one. HRM. From my spine and scalp, her hands wander to my shoulders, slipping underneath my blouse and treating my skin to a much-needed stretch. It feels heavenly. The exhibit, you know the one I mean, the one to commemorate the anniversary of the global savior's death. I thought it was cancelled. A pinch. Ooh. And here I thought I already knew where all of those points were. I wonder if she learned that at the Mule Court, as well. I might have to send her back there. Not completely, but it might as well be. I've been working on it for months, and the KF is blocking me at the 11th hour. From the top level, to... I point at the messages from field, giving children a chance to read the address. The chief executor's office. I'm not surprised. Her voice is soft and low. But then, she always keeps her cool. Well, almost always. The KF has quite a bit to hide, and they're downright paranoid when it comes to releasing information about dear old Takewaki. Or don't you remember that incident a few decades ago? With Professor... what was his name? At the university, in the history department. I'd seen too many of my researchers lose their licenses for trying to find out more about that 2053 disappearance. It's best not to look too closely into one of the KF's tactical removals if one values one's livelihood. I don't recall. I lie. I trust children with my life, but there's always the possibility of bugs. One can never be too careful when dealing with the less elegant moves of the Kunyu Foundation. Her hands leave my shoulders. Had I upset her? My tone was a bit strong, maybe even bitter, but I have to smile when I feel a finger brushing lightly against my wrist. She works her way up my arm and upper chest, and ends up tracing circles on my sternum. She's teasing me, making the orbits ever wider, wandering left, then right. I clap her hand firmly against my breast and keep on reading. She can feel my heartbeat, now. I'm sure it's faster than it should be. Oh my. Today just isn't my day. Each message seems to bring worse news than the previous one. They're canceling our public lectures. I scowl, then frown. Wait. Just the Friday one. But they're still ignoring my requests for biographical data. You know, says Childra, sounding like a fox and prying my fingers off of hers. There are other ways of getting that information. I look back at her, and consider it for a moment. Her eyes are green for my sake, and they twinkle now, accenting the pale pink lips whose corners are turned upwards in an unmistakably mischievous grin. A lock of straw blonde hair slips out of place and settles across the bridge of her nose, distracting me for a moment. No, I decide, having considered her offer. It's too risky. Risky? The KF is ignoring my requests out of self-preservation, not laziness. There's something they're quite adamant in hiding, and I'm not curious enough to risk my life or that of one of my employees to find out Lotted Island. Is that all I am? Your employee? Fishing for compliments, is she? I pretend not to notice. While you're Punched, yes. It's not as if I haven't dealt with the KF on previous missions. It's been too quiet recently. You've gotten out of shape. I know for a fact, and here I jerk my thumb towards our double bed, that you can't even make it through an hour of strenuous exercise without falling asleep. Is that so? It is no fair tickling. She stops, and I am able to compose myself. You are my most trusted agent, but it's been a while since you've had a confidential assignment. You're getting rusty, and could be caught unawares. While she's still startled, I swivel through a half circle on my chair, lunge towards her and press my hands against her shoulders. An elementary judo trip later, I have her pinned on the carpet. My knees are on either side of her waist, and I hold one of her hands in each of my own. I can't help but stare at her hair. Spread out on the floor that way, it almost looks like a halo, with a dark interior. Someone's been forgetting to dye their hair, I see. Your roots are showing. So are your fangs, she counters. I grin, purposely exposing the overlarge canines I inherited from my grandfather. Don't worry, I purr in a voice a full octave below my regular speaking tone. You won't have to see them for much longer. We understand each other. Childra closes her eyes and parts her lips in preparation for the kiss to come. Vampire-like, I swoop down and the doorbell rings. Of course. Kai-chan's eyes open. Before I can complain, she's used me as a lever to propel herself back into a standing position. I'll get it, she says cheerfully, and leaves me to dust myself off and put the chair back into its full upright position. I wait, leaning with my back against the wall and hoping that it's only an insurance salesman. Oh, Kim. How unexpected, comes my darling's voice from the entrance hall. Does the Thompson girl even know about children and I? Is Rat with you? I chuckle. I know for certain that my nephew doesn't even suspect. He's called me his spinster aunt more than once. I kick a bra or two aside and walk to join my lover and offer our self-invited guest the comforts of our hospitality. When I arrive, Children and Thompson are talking alone. Thankfully, Rab did not come with her. Though I make no secret of my partner, some explanations are awkward and best left to their proper time and place. I cock my head, trying to find an angle from which the scene makes sense. Jansen and the girl are speaking, but not to each other. The former is looking to Thompson's left, missing her head entirely, but that isn't any great loss, since the girl's face is turned far to the right. Though chatting away, she looks as confused as I feel. I wave lazily, and yawn. She notices me. For a moment. Apparently, our carpet is more interesting than I am. Shannon, dear, says Children without turning, you haven't any trousers on. That would explain the blush. I shrug. My blouse is long enough to satisfy modesty's requirements, and we're all girls here. A few cushions are still on the ground from our tussle a few hours back. I bend down to pick them up. What brings you to our apartment? I ask, while fluffing and arranging them on the sofa. Kim's here about a key to the hibikis. It seems your nephew lost his. Oh, that's right. You two were going on some sort of trip together, weren't you? I think I remember a scavenger hunt being mentioned. How'd it go? With Raraku at the wheel, I'm surprised you made it back this early. They're only 2 days overdue a new record. Thompson tames her uneasiness with a grin, and answers. The trip was driving him batty, so we came back early. I nod while patting myself on the areas that might conceivably hide a pocket. I don't have the key, I conclude. Step into the bedroom with me, and I'll see if I can find it. The girl glances nervously back at Children, who's still staring at the door and grinning like a maniac. Don't worry about her, she gets like that sometimes. Far too often for my taste, actually, but she refuses to see anyone about it. Most people get rid of the imaginary friends of their childhood. Children slaughtered hers, and now holds regular conversations with their ghosts. Thompson's upper teeth meet her lower lip. She's unsure of something, but I can't tell what. I begin to get the feeling that the trip didn't go as smoothly as she'd had me believe. Well, I decide not to press the issue. If Raraku's in trouble, I'll find out soon enough. She follows me. I must look like a mole as I dig through the piles of fabric on the bedroom floor. One of my first finds is the bottom half of the pinstripe suit I wore to work, which I put on to avoid further offending our guest's sensibilities. Back to searching. Notes, bills, change, a bottle of perfume I'd been looking for. Oops, she didn't have to see. The girl turns red and looks down while I put the offending item into a drawer. She must have weak capillaries to blush so often. I finally find my suit jacket beneath the tangled mess of the comforter. The key is in the breast pocket, and I hand it to Thompson. Of course you'll be careful with it. She assures me that she will. And don't let Rat get a hold of it, he'd just lose it, and I haven't another copy. You can slip it into my mailbox when you're done. It's right next to my office. The girl mutters a rushed thanks and exits the room like a canary fleeing a gas-filled coal mine. Back in the parlor, Children's bubbling with excitement and whispering rapidly to the door. The advances in home security during the last few years have been remarkable, I admit, but I think you'll still find that a door frame makes a dull partner in conversation. Or is it one of your ghosts? Jansen turns around. She's beaming. If her lips stretched any farther apart, her head would split in two. Ghosts? Asks Thompson. Before I can clarify, Children excuses herself to me and the door. I have to go, she says, then rushes into the bedroom. The sound of cloth ruffling and small objects being tossed around is heard for a few moments, then she runs back in, holding an armful of clothing and accessories which she begins to put on. Jacket, bandolier and neckerchief all find their way onto her frame, and she hops around while putting on her short leather boots. When she's done, she takes a quick look into the hall mirror, runs a hand through her hair and smooths her eyebrows with her fingers. That's when she spins around and grabs my head with both hands, reeling me in for a brief but impassioned closed eyes kiss. I manage to keep my balance. By the time I clear my throat, she's already left. The door slams behind her. I should be leaving, too. About time the girl notices. A pity it's a bit too late. I think the parking meter's about to expire. I dismiss her with a smile and a wave, and Thompson slinks out. For her, the door closes with a mere click. She saw you. Kim struggled to keep herself from speeding. With all the feelings she had swirling within her, what she wanted most to do was slam down the hovercycle's accelerator pedal and shoot out of the city, but that would only bring her to the attention of the police, be it through a crash or otherwise. Yeah, she saw me. You saw us talking, didn't you? No matter how fast she went, Ranma's ghost form kept up and looked as if it were standing still. It was enough to make a speed freak go insane. Yes, but I couldn't hear her. What did she say? She just asked me who I was, and stuff, you told her. Why not? Why not? Because now we'll have the CKO on our tail. That's why not. Hey. She said she wanted to be my friend. Your friend? Yeah. Guess she thought I looked lonely. Deity. Why was she so happy? Dunno. Maybe she liked my name. Look, why are you so concerned about it? So she can see me. Big deal. So can bad boys, and neither of them swearing a leotard. She's my next door neighbor. Ranma blinked. Are you too? Well, you know. No. Kim's face flushed red. I didn't even know she was. I mean, she goes out with guys every other night. For crying out loud. At least, I thought she hoops. She slammed the brakes on the hovercycle. We're here. Ranma whistled appreciatively, and with reason. The Hibiki mansion was of a size and elegance unheard of in crammed 1996 Tokyo. Big house, he concluded, as Kim unstrapped the pressure cooker from the cycle. How come there's no guards? In downtown Tokyo? You'd have to be top crazy to break the law. I know. The key slipped easily into the front door, which opened automatically to let girl, ghost and pot into the mansion. See any rope? They'd gone through kitchens, game rooms, libraries, 2 or 3 bathrooms and wondered more than once how Rat ever found his own room in the place. After accidentally stumbling upon the master bedroom, servants' quarters and guest chambers, they were finally in Reiraku's room, which was surprisingly Spartan. It held only a bed, night table, desk, chair, lamp, rug and closet. The walls were whitewashed, the furniture of rough pine, and a window across from the desk clearly provided most of the light during the day. "What do you need rope for?" Kim opened the pressure cooker and set the bat on the bed, patting it dry with a corner of the pillow. "To tie him up." Ranma stared at her. "Later. Right now, we need to find him some clothes." She rummaged through Reiraku's closet, pulling out several items, holding them up, shaking her head and putting them back. She managed to eventually piece together an acceptable outfit, and laid it out on the bed. "Just a second," she told Ranma, and walked into the adjacent washroom. When she emerged a quarter of an hour later, she was holding a glass of water. "You sure take your time. Didn't know how to turn a tap on, or something?" Kim turned her usual shade of red. "The living have certain needs, you know, and we haven't had a pit stop since before we reached the city." "Oh, yeah. Yeah." Kim put her pinky finger in the water to make sure it wasn't uncomfortably hot. Once satisfied, she carefully dribbled it onto the belly of the bat, paying perhaps a little too much attention to the transformation from furry creature into well-built youth. Her contemplation was interrupted by a loud thump followed by rustling noises. What was that? Dunno. Probably a cat fallen out of a tree. Happens all the time. Kim nodded, and started to dress the still unconscious boy. Underwear, undershirt, socks, shirt and trousers were all put on with delicateness and care. Ranma looked away, but didn't make any inopportune remarks when she lifted Reiraku's legs to slide the boxers up to his waist, or grabbed his shoulders and pulled his chest upright to be able to put on his shirt. The finishing touch was a red bandana. She arranged the boy's hair around it in a touching manner, then stood back, hands on hips, to admire her handiwork. "There. Now." Kim at the corner of the bed. She tried tugging a sheet from under Rat, found she couldn't fully remove it and instead took an armful of fresh bedding from the closet. She used the sheets to tie Rat's extremities to the bedposts and bind his waist to the mattress. The leaves in the tree just outside the window crackled madly. Ranma shrugged. "Probably a squirrel or a bird. What you tying him up for now? Aren't you supposed to do that before he gets his clothes back on?" "No. You want I should leave for half an hour?" "What?" "Look, we can't leave the key with him, and we can't risk him getting lost until we know more about his curse. I'm making sure he stays put, just in case he wakes up before we get back. That's all. Touché, aren't ya?" The ghost looked at Reiraku's face. "Bad boy's out cold. What did you say happened to him again?" "The Amazon slugged him. Must hit a pressure point." Kim frowned briefly, then loosened one of the bonds around Reiraku's wrists enough for him to be able to scratch his nose, but not untie himself. "Stay here, will you? Gotta go again?" "Something like that." Girls have the weakest bladders. She was faster, this time, and came back from her trip. She visited one of the kitchens, with a platter of cookies and a glass of milk. Just in case, she explained, setting the food on the night table where Rat could reach it. Kim set the thermostat to a reasonable temperature, then opened the window a crack. He'll need fresh air to recover. Sure you don't want to set the TV up and program the VCR for him, while you're at it. Or fluff his pillow? Kim blinked. VCR? And I already fluffed his pillow. Never mind. Let's head over to Kurane Center for some dinner. I'm starving. As soon as the door closed behind them, a pair of long-fingered hands opened the window to its full extent and let their proprietor into the room. Don't even try to joke with me, children. The dead are beyond humor, especially about this, and tonight, of all nights. Listen to me. In all our years of friendship, I lied to you. You told me Nutkin was harmless. Other than that, no, you haven't. But I'd know if he were here. What do you think I've been doing with my time? With all my time? I see his face on half the boys in Tokyo. He looks at me from movie screens, and when I close my eyes, he's also there. With his great eyes, his smirk, and long-haired sideburns. His pigtail is segmented, his eyebrows are thin, and his hair tosses itself in front of him, but doesn't quite reach his eyes. I'll wager he was wearing a red silk shirt and black baggy trousers when he died. How he is here, in Tokyo, now. I just can't believe. After all this, there's nothing to believe. Go and see for yourself. What if he's just some actor the CKO hired? Then would I be able to see through him? The dead can change their appearance at will. You have to take that chance. Tell me where he island, you'll go to him. Yes. Kurane Center turned out to be a multi-level mall with a reasonable, and more importantly, reasonably priced, food court on its top floor. The location was fortunate, since the ground floor lobby had been taken over by a loud CKO rally, complete with guest speakers and door prizes. King took the elevator up and passed by an okonomiyaki stand, a sushi bar, a tea lounge and a Chinese restaurant, stopping only at an American-style hamburger stall. She paid for her combination platter with a bill. White-tastic. Piped the ghost beside her. What's that guy on the money? Kim sipped quietly at her drink. She found a table in an isolated corner and only spoke once she was comfortably seated. A cheer from the ground floor interrupted her. Cakewalkie Kuntu. What's he doing on the money? Kim blinked. Gee, I don't know. He's only the global savior, and this is only his home country. Global savior? You're kidding. Kim shrugged. I don't write history. I just try to pass the exams. What'd he do to be global thingamajiggy? Became a monk and wrote some poetry. Look, I don't know. I'm hungry, and I want to eat. If you're really curious, I'm sure children will be more than happy to tell you about it once we get back. But first, More cheers. I'm going to finish my dinner. Understand? Yeah, sure. Whatever. Ranma left King to her food and leaned over a balcony, looking down at the rally in his honor. Thompson used the opportunity to take the CKO pamphlets she'd been given out of her jacket pocket, and began to read it. She sipped her drink, then frowned at something on the first page. The second page made her puree the French fry she was holding. The third turned her red as a beet, and after the fourth she had to take long gulps of the drink to cool down. And the fifth, well, she really should have known better than to go on to the fifth page, given the heading listed on the table of contents, and the French and Danish illustration credits. The few words drifting up from the rally below didn't help, either. All she caught were bed, chain, whip and collective bridegroom, Ranma Saotome. She spit out her drink and spilled the rest of it on her lap. In no time at all, it was Ranma's lap. She fared slightly better than the first time her ghost form wasn't unconscious, but it seemed to be suffering from a really bad hangover. Ranma looked at Kim. She was bent over and clutching her head. You alright? Get out of the body. Now! Before the CKOs see you. But now! Unless you want to. She couldn't finish the sentence. Thinking of what was described in the pamphlet only made her sick to her stomach. How? Must I spell it out for you? Use the washroom. Oh, yeah. Out of consideration for the body's future host, Ranma walked into the women's bathroom. He took a few seconds to admire himself in the mirror, and once satisfied that he was as handsome as on the day he died, he splashed himself with hot water from the sink. Soon, he was the one clutching his head. Let's go back to Ray's. Kim looked at him sharply. There's something I need to ask you about. Some minutes passed before one of the toilets flushed and a young woman in a green leotard stepped out of the corresponding stall. She ran all the way to the ground floor, cursing her bowels for not allowing her to get out earlier. Sisters, he has returned. Can you be sure? Sister Copernica can usually be trusted. And so can our KF security cam taps. And this show? The relevant video was played. Those assembled just at the transformation. Ranma Saotome. Precisely. It is our duty to rescue our beloved from her clutches, is it not? The question did not have to be asked. Where are they headed? Our DRAFCON tap lists them en route to Kunyu Hall. Send our university recruits after them. Will that be enough? The sea seals are out. Nods of understanding all around. We'll monitor the Harridan until we find a time when she is vulnerable, and then, we extend to her all the benefits of our hospitality. So, what were you gonna ask me about? Ranma looked around Kim's residence room while she took off and hung her jacket. It was small, but comfortable enough. Beds hadn't changed much in 100 years, and neither had closets or desks. He thought he could recognize a computer and a sound system, but these were quite altered from the forms he knew. I don't want to talk about it right now. But you were the one who wanted to chat. Kim closed her closet door and looked at him. She looked haggard. My jeans are soaked with cola, and thanks to you my panties are stretched and my bra's out of shape. Before I quiz you on the CKO's little bit of literature, I want to get very clean because I know I'll be feeling incredibly dirty afterwards. What? She opened the door and began to exit, then thought better of it and turned back to the ghost. Just before I go change. You didn't really beat Hercules' 100 in a night record, did you? What are you talking about? I thought not. Wait for me here. Sisters, the harridan is on her way to the third floor showers. Prepare to intercept her. Understood. Kim. Their company, Ranma froze in his tracks once he was fully through the wall. Kim stood in front of him, completely naked, dripping wet and glaring. Here. The jets of water were just rinsing off the lather from her hair, which fell to the top of her breasts. The ghost's petrified gaze didn't stop there. Instead of covering herself, Kim stood up straight and pressed a few buttons on a panel to her right, turning the water cold. Kim's ghost grimaced from the pain of transference, but had to laugh at the sight of a naked Ranma struggling with the unfamiliar controls. Take your time, she told him. I'm enjoying this. He pushed a button, and a mechanical hand attached to the shower nozzle took a few strands of his hair. Ow! There was some chirping, and then a generous dose of shampoo was sprayed onto his scalp. The next button caused the arm to scrape off a bit of his skin, then cover him with liquid soap. Neither of them was the hot water, and he was running out of time. Running and footsteps could be heard in the adjacent hall. I think that's the girls' track and field team coming in after their tournament. Maybe now you'll think twice about surprising a lady while she's bathing. Look, that ain't no track and field team. That's the shower sent a jet of warm water to rinse off the soap. Kim returned to the body just as a squad of young women in green leotards ran into the bathroom yelling unintelligible battle cries. Before she could complain, they'd grabbed her and carried her off in her birthday suit, still covered in shampoo and shower gel. At least it's a warm night outside, mused Ranma. He didn't have to wait long before warping out. At the Hibiki mansion, Kim's work was being undone. A young girl was busily pulling the clothes off of Raraku, breathing raggedly and shuddering whenever her pale skin touched his. Her long hair flowed over his mouth, trying to block the words he was saying and muffle the name he was whispering. It wasn't hers. She knew that. She'd gotten used to it long ago, and she had tried to stay away. But lately Kim and he had been spending so much time together. She'd worried. She had a right, didn't she? They were family. Cousins. Relatives were supposed to take care of each other. All she was after was his happiness. That her own stemmed from it was purely incidental. The girl traced a line from Rat's knobbear sternum to his navel. Dare she go farther? Of course she did. She'd gotten it wrong last time, stopping when she had. And now that Thompson had found some way to bewitch him and make her beloved change form, She'd best take advantage of his current state before he turned into a bat again. Or worse. She took her dagger from its holster at her side and slipped through her cousin's boxers. Now all he wore was his bandana. The girl giggled. He looked so cute. She focused her lilac eyes on his sleeping face, memorizing every detail, then peeled off her bodysuit and laid herself upon him. She probed his mind. There was no rush. The dear boy was out like a light until daybreak, at least. An unintended gift from some other magician. Which reminded her. She ran her tongue along his skin, trying to find the points she needed. Salty. He'd been sweating a lot. Had it been for fear, strain, or excitement? Odd. She thought she could taste an herb broth. No matter. There, down his temple. She dug a nail in. Down his chin. Another. She worked her way down, wriggling to accommodate her probe and enjoying the way his body automatically tensed under the pressure. Finally, all 7 points were hit, and she muttered the words of the spell. A brief close surrounded both of them, and it was done. Her rewards were in place. Now King could do nothing to harm him without her knowledge. But as for what she could do to him, she smiled, and began to use her tongue again, this time focusing on things other than key pathways. When that could no longer satisfy the need she felt, she allowed herself to send tendrils of her aura into his own and awaken the part of his mind that was least susceptible to dormancy and the only one which she would need tonight. She laid her belly flush against his, spreading his feet out with her own and moving her legs back together. They were the same height. Raraku's body knew what to do. It began to move under her stimulation and partial control, and because it was linked to her soul signature, her aura, it always found the perfect places, the perfect rhythm and timing. She supposed they were now kissing cousins. It was awful, a travesty, a perversion of the powers she'd been trained in by the collective. It was wonderful. The ghost looked at the empty bathroom. Children hadn't lied. He had been there. He'd been in sight, in reach, and then had disappeared. Too late by seconds only. No matter where he was, she'd find him. I still believe you will return. I know you will. My heart against all odds holds still. Richard mouthed P. Jr. and Alan Buglil and Wacky HIJINX ** Chapter 29 *, Episode 3, Girl Trouble Prologue. I really should kick myself, but I think I sprained my knee going up that last set of stairs. Spending my evenings with Salmon is beginning to cloud my mind. King goes off on a hovercycle tour alone with Rat, and of course they decide to come back early, and of course she needs the key to the mansion for a night when both of his parents will be away. I didn't know Thompson had it in her, and to be honest, I'm jealous. The bondage is as well set up as any of my own, and with inferior materials, at that. She even remembered to leave a little slack on one of the wrists. Has she done this before? The slip boxers are a bit much, but considering the state of the sheets, if they weren't playing with syrup, that's prodigious. I can see why Kim felt she had to rush back for a shower. Right. That's what I'm here for. No more dilly-dallying. A pity the view's wonderful. Rat. Nothing. Rat. Still asleep. I poked his chest. Again. And again. Is he? Mumber, he's breathing, so that's alright. He always was a deep sleeper. Well, there's more than one way to wake a man. Sure enough. Just a few seconds and his eyes are not only open, but bulging out, and he's trying desperately to tell me that he's not enjoying my attentions, and failing. True, my tongue is rather in the way of his speaking, but the rest of his body would have given him away in a telling fashion, anyway. I can't explain. ICHILD. Well, that was fun. Not quite moral, but fun. CHILD. Rise and shine, lover boy. Where's Ranma? Did you just... I had to get you up somehow. And I did get him up. Worse, you know about Ranma. How? There. Island number time. I poked his nose with my index finger, once for each word. The CKO's got your lover, which is bad enough, but if they find Saotome, strong emotions can make the dead visible to the living, and surely among that group of fanatics there's one who fits the requirements. What do you mean, my lover? I smell the scent of scorched nylon. Kim, Raraku. What on earth are you talking about? I don't have a lover, I've never had one, and if I did, it sure wouldn't be. I'm teasing him now, running my finger from just below his chin to far below his waist. Blood trickles down his cheek, and he wipes it off with his less bound wrist. But Kim's a wild one. Raraku has more hickeys on him than a girl K-pirate on the day after St. John's Eve. I tug fast and hard, pulling the sheet out from below Rat. He hisses. I know it stings, I've had it done to me before. I take adjacent corners of the bedsheet in my hands and hold it to the light where he can see it. Mo lover, you say? Lots of hissing. There's no denying this evidence. So, I set down the sheet and sit behind him, fingering his bindings. Where's Ranma? Why do you want to know? Brilliant in med school. Dumb as a brick in the real world. Weren't you listening? Kim's been captured by CKO. But I didn't sleep with her. I was unconscious. Wow. She really is good. Right now, I don't care. I lie. I might actually have to ask her to share a few things with me, once this is all over. If the Church of Kodakai finds out that Ranma is back. Wait. You're not saying that Ranma is... That Ranma? He is. And if they find him, I let my sentence drop intentionally, because nothing all that bad would happen to the living. They want to question Kim, and I can understand their eagerness, but they can't keep her forever. What worries me is that the fact they've taken her means they know about Ranma, which means that at least one of their members must have ghost sight. If the CKO publicizes Ranma's return and they will Scaride will hear of it, and I can't allow her to hunt down this spirit. I won't fail my friend twice. He was with Kim. I blink. Oh my. And here I thought I knew my neighbor. You mean he watched? I think the thermostat's set a bit too high. No. He's with Kim. He has to be. Or at least, within a cave or... I run through everything I've learned about ghosts, hauntings and possessions. This doesn't fit. Tell me why? I demand. And he does. The story he tells is hard to believe, but I have to. It isn't unprecedented. After all, I was told about another girl and a panda in similar circumstances, but those are things which I thought had been left in the mythical past. I never expected to meet with them in modern Tokyo. A few minutes ago, I thought I was using scare tactics to hoodwink Rab into helping me with a favor to a dear departed friend. But now, we'd better hurry unless I want my number of dead acquaintances to increase. Get dressed. I pull my machete out of its hyperdimensional pocket and slice through Rat's bindings with more than a smidgen of regret. I feel like I'm shredding a painting. A naked boy bound properly to a well-used bed can be a thing of beauty. We're going to fetch Kim. Are you crazy? He's rubbing his wrists, but hasn't covered himself yet. Awfully nice of him. I shake my head and pop my machete back out of sight and reality. Not yet, I answer. But they are. Their devil equivalent is Ranma Saotome, a girl who once shared a body with Ranma proper. Get the picture? You think they'd add and more, dear. I nod. Why don't we just call the police? He's moved to the closet and is pulling underwear from one of the drawers. At least it's the tight kind. What would we tell them? They'd lock us up for mental insufficiency. Look, Rat, I'm used to running solo rescue missions for but for this one I need your help. Why? He has a shirt on now, and is finishing the buttoning of his trousers. Truth be known, I need him for cannon fodder and to use as a distraction while I try to find Ranma and free Kim. Of course, I can't tell him that. What? You think I can face hundreds of those girls alone? He nods in understanding and puts on his socks and shoes. Never underestimate the male ego. When I suggested that his joining the party would make the fight even, he swallowed it hook, line and sinker. Besides, I add just in case he isn't fully convinced, she's your lover. Aren't you willing to play the knight in shining armor and help a maiden? Well, certainly not anymore. I mean, a lady in distress. I did not. I make a meaningful visual survey of the battle-scarred bedroom. Well, here. He cups a hand around the back of his head. Maybe I did, at that. Is that a size? But anyway, he says, clearing his throat, how'll we get to her? We'll go to CKO headquarters by hovercycle. And then? Leave that to me. Oh, so you just happen to know how to break into their complex? I do. And you found this out. How? I've been around. Let's stop wasting time, shall we? Here's the key to the cycle. I found it in Kim's jacket, just after her abduction. You're letting me drive. I lost my license, and we can't risk getting stopped by the police. There's sea seals about. Just try not to get lost. I'll do my best. That's what worries me. One more thing. Yes? He stops midway through putting on his jacket. Do you know the way to the prefectural graveyard? Episode 3? Girl Trouble for Vija, Cassandra, and the Witch's Coven. The love that follows us sometimes is our trouble. WILLIAM Shakespeare. I flutter from grave to grave asking my question, but my fellow departed give me as much of an answer as the wind which I've been questioning for years. When I say the name, they turn away as if from one insane, but I know they understand. How can they not? We know each other's histories here, down to the smallest detail. Our days we spend in common lament and our nights in recollection of that which will never be again. How can they not know who I've grieved for, who I died for, and who it is I must now find? Where's Ranma? I ask. Who counters an owl? Smart aleck. If I were alive, I'd use its feathers for pillow stuffing. But I'm not. I recognize a shade, not far off. It's old hero, who spends his time at the lake watching young lovers. Have you seen Ranma? I ask, dashing up to him. He looks at me for a moment. His eyes are searching for what? Knowledge? Unexpected feeling? Whatever it is, they don't find it, and he moves on. Why won't anyone answer me? I ask him. What's going on? Through waves of silent ghosts and markers I trail him. It's quiet. Even the usually omnipresent sound of supernatural whining is absent tonight. Why won't anyone tell me about Ranma? Is there a problem? Is he? I can't say it. He says it for me. We face a problem greater than any of our individual misfortunes. Hero stops and points at a crypt's half-open door. Look. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to see, but I phase past the door and into the burial chamber. Everything seems in place. Urn. Inscription. Th. The Wanderer. Shy Gypsy. Save the United States. Slyly. Spryly. Trist. Fa. Trist and twine until he die. T-I-I-I-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Babbling phantom in convulsions. I know her, and that only makes it worse. It's Minako. She isn't looking well. Her eyes are enlarged to twice human size. Her jaw moves up and down even when she doesn't speak, and her body not so much shakes his pulses with a stuttered rhythm. He will come. But too late. Too late to my crypt. Now mine not is he's not here anymore, he's not anywhere. I fa W-A-N-D. Hero melts through the wall and joins me. What happened? I ask. The assassin happened, he answers. Scaride? When? Tonight. Not long ago. Both of us keep our eyes on the spectral girl as she continues her mutterings. Who is it? I have a fairly good idea, but I don't want to know. Not for sure. The death that Nutkin brings is final. There are no ghosts of ghosts. Kimco and Daejuk. As I feared. That pair had been in love, and Minako here was well known as Dai's rejected sweeter. The two had finally decided to try. Well, his pink glow and cough say enough. A crypt was an obvious choice for that, since it guaranteed privacy. The wards embedded in its walls make exit from one difficult, and entry less appealing. Miles single quote KO single quote D heard of the tryst, and was planning on walking in on them. Hero closed his eyes. Scaride walked in on them first. Caught them with their pants down. She did it in the middle of. Hero nodded. This was bad. However vicious she may be, until now the assassin always respected the sanctity of those at prayer and the privacy of couples seeking intimate solace. This lowering of her respect for us considerably increased our danger. Minako saw it all. Deity. Her cries and shouts were now impossible to understand. It's worse for her, you know. The Wanderers rescued her twice, and she expects him to do the same for everyone. For the rest of us, he's hope. For her, he was a certainty. He's only one spirit. But he's all we have. There are hundreds of us. Why can't we do something about Nug? About the assassin? Because she has weapons we cannot fight. A touch of her blade, or one of her bubbles, and we're gone. And what can we attack her with? We could try scaring her to death, I suppose. Minako's been reduced to sobbing now. I try not to imagine what's going through her mind. I don't know what I'd do in her place, unable to help while the one you loved was our enemy. The heavens forgive me for forgetting about him these few minutes. If anything were to happen to him now, the double death fills me with guilty reassurance. Scaride strikes only once a night. Ranma's in trouble. The crypt door slams fully open. Hi, Hiroshi. Childra waves at him while running in. She glances down. What's wrong with Minako? I start to explain, but she silences me. No time for that. The CKO has Ranma. Is he? Yes, he's alive. What? And dead. Dead and alive. He's as lively as a stiff can be, but we'd better get to him soon. If we don't, the church will make his presence public, and that'll attract. Minako looks up from her crying and looks Jansen directly in the face. Oh, no. She didn't. Scaride, I muttered to myself. Why can't she stick to her books and her passions, and let us be? I'm so sorry. Childra wrings her hands. You don't have to apologize for your friend. Hiroshi. We know her actions are not yours. You are a comfort and companion to the dead, while she's the self-appointed scourge of the heavens. She's not always like this. Only the living can afford to see her as anything but the assassin. A weak smile from Childra, and then the verbal steamroller is back. Rat's out front. He's waiting for us. Hero raises an eyebrow. Jansen ignores his silent question. What does he have to do with anything? I ask. I'll explain on the way. Do you know your way around the CKO complex? I think so. Good enough. And then we run. leaving Hiroshi behind to deal with Mineko's shattered soul. At times, we all must be a little selfish. Ranma examined the mural in front of him. He had to admit that it was quite a good likeness, though the situation was a bit far-fetched. The room he'd warped into was dimly lit, simple and harrowing. The sole item of furniture was a chair in the middle of the room. The only light came from a glowing disc at each corner, and every available inch of space was painted. 3 of the walls had pictures of Ranma's ex-fiancées on them. One showed a giant Ukiyo, dressed in black, demolishing a town with her spatula while green flames rose up around her. The next depicted Shampoo as an enchantress, calling down lightning from the dark clouds above her. The one Ranma was currently admiring had Akan rushing towards the viewer from the center of a whirlpool, wooden mallet in mid-swing. And the others? Well, he didn't want to think about them. The nicest of the 3 had an army of those Kodakets on it, all dressed in their green leotards and wearing identical ticked-off expressions. Looked like they were protecting some sort of building. As for the floor and ceiling, the kindest thing he could say was that at least now he knew where the picture on the side of that skyscraper'd come from. Above him was the same pastel-shaded painting of Kodakai hugging an ultra-Bisanon version of himself. The extra clouds and cherubim made it clear it was meant to be a rendition of heaven. Below wasn't much better. Amidst flames and dancing devils was an under-and-out demonic version of his female half in a pink leotard, complete with horns and a barbed tail. At least Kim's unconscious body covered the worst of it. Eventually, the girl opened her eyes. Ugh! She groaned, then shook her head and sat up. Where? She noticed Ranma. Ranma, where are we? Dunno. Some girls took you from the shower, and I kinda just warped here. Kim squinted as her eyes adjusted to the half-light. I don't feel so good, she moaned. I think they drugged ya. You've been out a while. I'm feeling chills. Then you might wanna get some clothes on. Clothes? Ranma's sudden embarrassed glow added considerably to the light in the room, and Thompson was able to find and grab a leotard that had been left for her. It was pink. I've seen the ceiling before, she commented while putting it on. Ranma nodded, his back to her. CKO has us. Afraid so. I knew that switch at the restaurant was going to cost us. She sighed. Well, so much for my midterms. Say, isn't that Shampoo? Yes, Ranma said softly. How'd they know about her? I don't wanna talk about it. Suit yourself. Any ideas on how we're going to escape? Part of the army of Kodakets slid open, and 3 women stepped through the open door. You won't, said their leader. Big wall, says Rat. He's right. The CKO spared no expense in making their compound look the part of an impregnable fortress, much like the ladies themselves. But there's an easy way to get both of them to open. You just have to know what to slip into the slit, and which buttons to press. Green light and a beep. They either haven't bothered to erase Isabella's code, or they never realized I stole her card. The expression on Rat's face as the front door swings open is precious, and the ghosts isn't far behind. What was that? Asks Raraku. Membership card. You were in. You were. What? I shrug and step inside. I was young. Coming? Not so much, Cassandra. Elena, be careful with that knot. Remember who she... There it is. Her eyes are glossing over. Good. The drug was quick acting. In a few seconds Kim ceased to be bothered by the ribbons with which they'd strapped her to the chair. The women in front of her looked as insubstantial as Ranma, and all around them the paintings were laughing. What is your name? The one who asked the question wore a black rose in her hair. Kimberly Ann Thompson, she answered. Funny. She'd never told anyone her middle name before. The birds were lovely, but they really shouldn't pick on the poor weasels so. Your true name? I told you. P-W-H-H-A. Kim. Swamp. Sun. W-H-E. Why have you returned? Seagulls under rocks. Well, we couldn't stay in China forever. It's so nasty there, with bats, and rats and shampoo. How silly those girls looked with alligators on their tummies. Was that a blimp? No. It was a hat. A derby hat. Ah, well. China? What does the return of Ranma Saotome have to do with China? That's where he comes from. Yup. 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 Wee. And speaking of Ranma, there he was. Was he playing hide and seek? Maybe he was it, and that's why he had his hand over his face like that. Thompson tried to pop one of the golden bubbles, but the ribbon around her wrist stopped her. She struggled a bit. Hey. That actually felt good. Kim wriggled in her bonds, trying to set up as much friction as she could. The leader covered her face with her hand, just like Ranma. Maybe she was it. Now. That's odd. No one seemed to have tagged her. What is the nature of your relationship with Ranma Saotome? None. I'm single. She grinned. For now, anyway. Ooh. Giggle. Stop playing games. In what way are you and Ranma linked? Linked? Why didn't you say so before, dum-dum? We share my body. What? In and out? In and... Enough. This is going nowhere. Elena. Cassandra. I'll take my chances, but we might need your strength if this is only a demonic duplicate. Genevieve. Another girl must have come in with water, because Kim soon found herself splashed, out of the body and coherent. Now Ranma was in the pink leotard, strapped to the chair with large quantities of red ribbon and giggling madly. The switch sent 3 of the girls to their knees. Only the befloored one managed to keep her composure, and poked Ranma twice with a white instrument. The boys' laughter died down and a green light flashed at the top of the machine. The genetics match, whispered the leader. Genevieve. Cassandra. Release the savior. While they did, with trembling hands, the leader knelt before him and bowed. Our apologies for doubting you, my liege. But this being the century day of your ascension and having been warned of Satana's wiles, We thought it prudent to wait for a genetic test before acknowledging you. So Kai, said the drowsy Ranma. Genevieve. Cassandra. Alena. Ready the sanctum. 3 nods, then the pitter-patter of slippered feet exiting a smooth-floored room. All the ribbons were off now. The leader took Ranma's hand in her own and helped him up, offering herself more as a full-body frontal splint than a crutch. The collective bridegroom was too sleepy to care, and King too disgusted to watch. It will be a few minutes until the sedation wears off. Humped off. I am Leppy, first ranked of your brides. Allow me to be the first to. Further words would have been wasted on one too drugged to understand. Leppy's kiss drove the clouds from Ranma's mind. She broke it off only when both of them were short on air and she could no longer keep him pressed against her. Ranma backed against the muraled walls as if trying to melt through them. His eyes were wide, his Adam's apple was moving up and down and sweat trickled along the side of his face. The head of CKO smiled. I am afraid there is but one way out, our love, but I guarantee that you won't find it unpleasant. If you will follow me. Everything's exactly as I remember it inside the complex. Well, no, not really. Everything I remember is exactly as it was, but they'd added a few wings and remodeled half the rooms. The security details also missing. That must mean, children? Asks the spirit hovering beside me. HRM? Where's Ranma? They'll have taken him to the main auditorium. Huh? I've confused Rat with my conversation. I'm not about to give him a Parapsych 101 cram session, so I pretend that I was talking to him. I was saying that they'll have taken Ranma and King to the main auditorium. Do you know where it is? If memory serves. We walk down 2 halls and come to an elaborately carved door. Children? Asks Raraku. Yes? Why does the main auditorium look like a dungeon? Shampoo listened, to make sure everyone else had gone to sleep, then locked the door to her new room and tossed herself onto the bed. It was a spring bed, rather than a mat. That was one of the few changes that had been made. The Nakoadan was almost as she remembered it, physically. The menu had changed, there'd been a new paint job, but that was all. Still, it didn't feel as it once had, and the spiritual connection she'd had with Moose's sons was gone. They spoke, and she heard nothing. They moved, they smiled, they tried to console her, and all she saw were faceless ghosts wandering halls haunted by quenched possibilities. She had nothing, now. For a century she'd lived towards a goal. She'd reached it, and was unfulfilled. Ranma didn't love her. Ranma didn't know her. She'd seen that the instant he'd woken his face was trying to hide what his eyes could not, that he felt himself in the presence of a stranger. Had she changed all that much? The restaurant was ageless, but with a mutable soul. She was its inverse, or so she felt, an unchanging spirit confined within a restless frame. Nimbly, she slipped out of her nightgown, draping it carefully over a chair, and stood in front of the full-length mirror. She had aged in 100 years, that was certain. Her skin had gone from creamy white to a dull half-gray, and though she wouldn't admit it in public, smoothness had given way to wrinkles, and here and there a few white strands clashed with her otherwise sky-blue hair. It wasn't fair. She'd done all she should. Long ago she'd promised to herself and to Cologne that she'd had no errand but Ranma. She had kept that oath, defeating all challengers and devoting her entire life to bringing his spirit back from that half-death in the Juzen pool. And now, she started to cry. It just wasn't right. It wasn't. Her heart hadn't changed, or her soul, and she still was athletic and trim. But it wasn't enough. Ranma's heart, soul and build were equally inviolate, but he had the advantage of his teenaged body, and she the burden of 100 years of age and memory. Surely, her beloved would be snagged by some pubescent girl with a firmer chest, or a solid voice in place of her own tremulous vocalizations. All her work, her dedication, and her awaiting. All for what? Shampoo laughed. She laughed at herself, at the world, at having thought that he'd stay with her just because she'd raised him from the dead. At best, he'd think of her as a grandmother. A grandmother. Tears streamed down the Amazon's cheeks. It would be easier to bear if he now hated her. At least, she would then think that he disliked her for herself, that there would never have been any chance of their being together. Instead, he found he liked her, as a friend maybe even more. It was only physical considerations that prevented them from. Time's arrow had struck her in the heart. Shampoo shook her head. She shouldn't think of things she could not change. Wasn't that what she'd told Ranma? It was best to make the most of what she could, and not regret the lack of that which lay beyond her grasp. She walked over to the telephone. Thank goodness blow dryer had shown her how to use the thing earlier that day. She'd never have been able to figure it out on her own. Not a single button or dial was to be seen on the device. She picked up the set, and spoke the number which she'd memorized. A short pause, then a beep. Welcome to Tokyo Telecom's automated answering service. The persons you have called, King Thompson and Childra Jansen, are not available. Please leave your name and number, along with a brief message, after the tone. Thank you for using Tokyo Telecom. Beep. Shampoo smashed the set against the ground, and collapsed sobbing onto the floor. Ranma was wary of following the overpass Ion 8 leader, but was left with little choice, given the number of exits. The room they went into was as brightly lit as the first one was dim, and he was blinded for a moment as he walked into the bright light. Darkness is a requisite for the preservation of the paintings, explained Leppy. Your images are very dear to us, and those are among the most faithful. They were made soon after your deed. They were made a long time ago, and so need special care. Our apologies for the discomfort which the change in light has caused you. So Kai. Ranma squinted a few times, then regained his vision. The chamber he'd been let into looked like either a space station's control center or a very advanced medical lab, with large computer screens, keyboards and some devices he couldn't recognize lining the walls. A few institutional-looking chairs and a desk were the only furniture, and they, like everything else, were cast in a clean, glowing light. He could see everyone's reflections perfectly on the floor tiles except for Kim's, of course. What are they doing? He jerked a thumb at two of the acolytes who'd sat down at the terminals and were typing away furiously. They're preparing your birthday present. Oh, yeah? What is it? Something the foundress very much wanted you to see. More typing. Kim put her invisibility to use and watched over the Kodaket's shoulders. Nothing seemed to be happening. Wife's a talking so long. Ranma was getting edgy, and he didn't like the way Leppy kept staring at his hips. There are certain things which we value more than even those paintings, and overriding the safeguards we've built over decades of storage takes some time. What is it? You won't have to much longer wait. He sure hopes not, since he really didn't like the way she was using her index finger to twist his hair into a curl. He glanced at Kim. She was a pale shade of green, and her eyes were wider than a human's could ever be, making her look like a character out of some online show. All we need now is your access code, Mistress Leppy. Go Sankuzi bar Ranma Alpha Leppy Tikto Ranma Alpha Pot. After a final bout of keyboard clicking, the far wall slid open and a carpet of cold air unfolded to welcome Ranma to Kodakai's final gift. She waits, said Leppy. The acolytes were now standing at attention, as if expecting something official to happen. Ranma didn't know what. All he saw was another dark room, and a few speckles of light bouncing off something within it. He looked for Kim. Her ghost sight should allow her to see things pretty clearly. Okay. Not when she was looking away. Leppy bowed slightly and gestured with her hand in the direction of the dimly lit chamber. Ranma stepped into the room, the lights switching on before he had a chance to reconsider his entrance. This chamber too was white, and dominated by a tall glass cylinder filled with a translucent yellow goo and capped by a paneled metal base and top. There seemed to be something moving in the middle of it. He pressed his nose and palms to the edge of the container and peeked in. Something dimly peeked back at him through the murk, or would have, were it living. Yargh. Ranma tripped on his own foot while jumping back and sprawled onto the floor. It couldn't be. Nowie. No how. Ma. He looked again. Innocent enough. It had just been a trick of the light. It was only a lava lamp, see? Just a few bubbles going up, some nice blinking lights, a click or two, and some old dead bag grabbing his grinning corpse. Yargh. Now he looked like a poster boy for Twister. Mistress Kodakai wanted you to know that even in death, she would be faithful to you, said Leppy. I think I'm gonna be sick, mumbled Ranma. Tell me that's not what I think it is. I've already been sick, said Kim. She was somewhere behind him. The janitorial squad for this place is bloody lucky that ghosts can't puke. The passwords alone were enough to turn my stomach. Hope you're into ribbons and handcuffs, O collective bridegroom. She has never left you, continued Leppy. In fact, she pressed a button on a nearby wall. A spotlight came to life behind the tank, its limelight cutting through the murk and making the contents of the vessel clearly visible. There was no denying it now. Floating within the glass cylinder, the naked, grinning corpse of an elderly black-haired woman tightly hugged Ranma's own cadaver. In fact, concluded Leppy, you had never left her. She smiled. You stole my corpse? Asked Ranma, shocked. He couldn't take his eyes off of the body hovering in the straw-colored clop, nor rid himself of the impression that he was looking into a very badly manufactured mirror. Not I. No, answered Leppy. It was Mistress Kutu. We couldn't leave it to decompose, after all. Now, could we? That would be an outrage against yourself. Be assured, it has been carefully preserved and revered all these years. But that other body, is it? That is Kodakai Kutu. When she died, she asked her body be placed in the preservation tank along with yours, that you could see her faithfulness proved upon your return. I see. He gulped. Well, now that I have seen how she is, faithful, could you please close it up again? Leppy smiled. Certainly. I can see how it might be a little disconcerting, shall we say, to see your own corpse. Will you step out of the chamber, please? Ranma did so. Leppy waited for the lights to go off, then snapped her fingers. Alena. Cassandra. Doors. The pair nodded and set back to work at the consoles. In a short while, the panels closed together with a thud. Ranma relaxed visibly. Is there anything else that I have to do, or will you let me go? Obviously, I cannot hold you here against your will, any more than a Tibetan monk could retain the Dalai Lama. You are free to go. However, I must say that our acolytes will be sorely disappointed when I tell them you declined to meet them. Acolytes? Ranma. Let's get out of here. Kim was tapping her foot with enough force to send it through the floor. Our headquarters house about 700 acolytes of Kodakai. The press has taken to calling them Kodakets. They are all in between the ages of 16 and 25, except for the senior priestesses, like myself. She smiled. Who are considerably more mature and a grin. Experienced. Ranma gulped. They train in martial gymnastics and other athletics for several hours a day, and are quite physically fit. And, of course, all of us worship you. You're sure you want to leave now? She put on her best puppy dog eyes. What happens if I say yes? Leppy snapped her fingers and half a dozen ladies whose tight black leotards showed more muscles than should be tastefully seen on any woman entered the room. They were holding small silver devices in their hands. If that were the case, we should have to have you anointed by the holy loving Topser troop before your departure. Through the auditorium. Oh. Ranma paused to think. That took a while. Eventually, His brain settled on what promised to be the least painful option. Well, I suppose I could stay for a little, just to meet them. Leppy smiled, dismissing the wholly loving Topser troop with a second snap of her fingers. I shall assemble the acolytes. Genevieve, give the signal. A few keystrokes from the Kodaket filled the room with the sound of the wedding chorus from Lohengrin. They will gather in the meeting hall shortly. Come with me. Leppy offered her arm, and Ranma took it in his. 700 of them, you say? Ages 16 to 25? Leppy nodded, and winked. Right this way, Ranma-sama. King followed. All right, so maybe my memory was a bit rusty, but it had been years since I'd last roamed these halls, and the auditorium hadn't been in much use in those days. Now, if we had to find Isabella's room, I could do that in my sleep. I often had, in fact, and morning would surprise me with the knowledge that there are far higher degrees of sleepwalking than is generally believed. You're walking too slowly and we don't have time, the ghost reminds me. Give me a minute. This looks familiar. That's the kitchen, there's the exercise room, and that. I turned towards Rat with a deliberately theatrical expression. Is the shocking Rat is not as easy when the boy is nowhere to be seen. I open my mouth to comment on the situation, but am stopped by the sound of stampeding women. Sannon's nephew will evacuate. By the end of the 20th century, a millennium of Chinese male preferential breeding had led to a matrimonial crisis. The nation's surplus males exceeded the total female population of Taiwan, and dowries for Asian women skyrocketed. With hundreds of thousands of Chinese men facing the prospect of a lonely future and no succession, the marriage of an attractive or talented daughter became a transaction that would often leave her parents independently wealthy. Enterprising, genetics-savvy 21st century Japan was quick to take advantage of this. Families soon found that a little zygote tweaking for 2X chromosomes and beauty would more than pay for its cost. Child maintenance included, once the fetus reached nubility. The global savior's empire of light grew a noticeable percentage of its financial strength from the export of brides to China, through both taxes on the obscenely large wedding payments and fees paid by the parents to the notoriously government-linked Anocorp Genetics Company. Indeed, the Kunyu Foundation publicly endorsed the practice, subsidizing the marketing by Purana Industries' advertising branch of Anocorp's mail-order daughter scheme as a public education measure. Old habits die hard. Though the Chinese population imbalance had been eliminated by the 2060s, genetics selection and enhancement of children remained a necessary status symbol for social climbers well into the 2080s, and a beautiful daughter was held to be more prestigious than a son. The damage had been done by the time the suppliers came to terms. The decrease in demand. A whole generation of factory-guaranteed knockouts found themselves facing spinsterhood or marriage far outside their age group. Some were able to come to terms with the situation, either by finding companionship in other women or adjusting to relationships with babes and the elderly. The media reflected this, changing the mainstream male model from the dashing 25-year-old to the distinguished 40-year-old and innocent 16-year-old. Of course, there were those for whom neither of these choices was unsatisfactory, or who couldn't find a partner no matter how hard they tried. There simply weren't enough men. It was to these that the Church of Kodakai appealed, with its promise of a mythical collective bridegroom that would return from the heavens to satisfy all their needs. It wasn't, at first sight, a very impressive solution. Their deliverer was biologically underage, and they'd have to share. But what they would share, if the church propaganda was to be believed, would be mythical, specially commissioned lurid illustrations beckoned with their captions, 100 men in one. Virility unbounded. It wasn't everyone's piece of cake, but CKO, to use the common writer's abbreviation, managed to gain the loyalties of 700 stunning, sexually frustrated females. These were the proud, the few, the severely repressed, and so when they heard the strains of Wagner's wedding choral letting them know their savior had arrived, they didn't just run, they swarmed. Bombs, bouquets and things that were dropped and allowed to explode. Ribbons and handcuffs disappeared from lockers in a flurry of maniacal wrist-tossing, and the Kodakets kept tabs on each other to ensure that no single one of them would use the advantage that nudity would confer. They flowed into the main auditorium like maggots into a newly presented carcass, writhing under, through and over each other until one green quasi-worm was scarcely distinguishable from the other. Once the inflow had settled into a small-scale harmonic undulation about center stage, Leppy stepped onto the main platform. "Girls," said the High Priestess into a microphone, "the day we have long waited for has arrived at last. May I present Ranma Saotome?" Their deliverer stepped on stage. "Hi," he said, and waved to the crowd. A quarter of those present fainted. Lust delayed becomes a tangible force, a stale-smelling sticky fog that surrounds its source and reminds the passerby of laundry to be done, and unswept floors. The assembled Kodakets fairly reeked of the miasma. Their eyes were focused on their leotard savior, and their hands and unmentionables kept back only by the steel-stiff spiritual shield of Leppy. She was speaking. Her sermon was indeed the excuse for the delay in Ranma's release, but her followers, for once, did not listen. Neither did they notice that the bridegroom seemed to be talking with someone backstage. It was enough that his lips moved, and that their imaginations could place those strips of flesh upon their own. A few of those present developed a jock itch, and the rest spoiled their makeup with drool streaks. All were clenching and unclenching their fists to work off the less intimate part of the accumulating tension. Even now, in our moment of triumph over the unbelievers, we are not free of the evil Ranma Saotome. She has found an avatar, and it has caused our beloved to believe that he must flee our presence, rather than embrace it. We must. Leppy's voice trailed off and a slightly annoyed expression appeared on her face. "You aren't hearing a single word I'm saying, are you?" she asked the gathered throng of sexually repressed femininity. The only response was more wide-eyed adulation of Ranma's form behind her. Leppy let out a sigh. "Oh, all right. Ladies." There was a collective inhalation of breath from the Kodakets. One or two began crouching down in preparation to lead. "Wait for it." "Oh, crap," Kim muttered from behind Ranma. "Tag at him." Ranma had an eighth of a moment's warning while the acolytes flashed the rules of the upcoming game to each other with their eyes. Then the mountain of flesh sealed itself over him. He was calamine for their full-body 7-year itch, and the hundreds of girls and ladies present thought nothing of tunneling through piles of fellow worshippers to rub as much of his demi-divinity against themselves as possible. Any escape attempt was futile. The instant Ranma raised a portion of himself above the surface of the sea of green, some bag of unused estrogen would spot it, squeal, and toss herself upon his newly exposed gift of arm, leg, chest or rear. It took him minutes to learn to do the sensible thing and enjoy the rides while ignoring the bruises. Then again, his stoic acceptance of the situation might also have been shock, a virulent credence to by his cold sweat-bathed expressionless face and splayed fingers. Whatever the reason, his obeisance paid off. He was allowed to keep his head above flesh level and have it kissed by only one girl at a time. A round robin had been informally established for fair distribution of his limited lip space. It was all working quite nicely, with no party receiving either too much pleasure or too much pain, until the main door swung open. "What are you doing with Kim's body?" The chamber was already suffused with a quasi-tropical steam from the acolytes rubbing and writhing. Fueled by righteous indignation, Rat's anger-based hyperfever raised the ambient temperature to a few degrees above the comfort level. The Kodakets paused their wriggling for a moment, decided they were more interested in reaching for Ranma than puzzling out the intruder, and returned to the business they'd been trained for. "I said, what are you doing with Kim's body?" If Reiraku expected a reply, the ensuing noises were rather disappointing. Alena gasped. Cassandra moaned. Leppy cackled, and Ranma was reduced to nervous grunting. Off in the spirit plane, invisible to the Kodaket's eyes, Kim had exhausted her supply of Japanese expletives and had turned to her American lexicon of abuse for reinforcements. Until Rat's arrival, her words hadn't done much. Now her verbal fire was seemingly transferred from her mouth to his skin. Reiraku was glowing. Oddly enough, he didn't seem to notice it. Enemy. Taking advantage of a borrowed body to satisfy your foul needs. How dare you? The room was suddenly filled with an almost blinding flickering light, a candle flame grotesquely magnified. This grabbed the Kodakets' attentions, for they preferred the dark, and so they turned to find the source of the disturbance to their play. It was Rat, who was running towards them coated in lapping tongues of white energy. "Don't worry, Kim. I'll protect you, K-R-E-K-B-O, and the biological capacitor that Reiraku had become released all of its energy in a massive blast that sent him flying into the center of the mound of women. Cushioning layers of breast and thigh protected him from the falling shrapnel, but that proved to be a small blessing. Once the smoke cleared, he saw that half the room had been reduced to rubble. The CKOs he had landed on glared at him, and of the rest those that weren't tending to their wounds were charging at him, weapons raised. Hey. I had to stay hidden until the last of the girls had run by, but by then the sound of their feet had given me a rather precise fix on the auditorium. It's no wonder I hadn't found it. It had been shifted to one of the newer wings. The explosion finished pinpointing the room for us. "Ranma," said the ghost, hovering beside me as I ran. "You said he was alive. Half alive. Do you think that blast could have—" I turned a corner and noticed green blurred motion peeking through a crack in the door at the hall's end. "We're about to find out." My other watch, the one set to Citadel time, told me that there were only 20 seconds left until the agreed hour. She wouldn't be late. Not for this. As I'd predicted, the instant the seconds counter displayed 00, she appeared in a flash of crimson flame, startling the animals around us into a symphony of baa-ahs. My sister de-escaded. "Why the sheep, scared?" I can understand it from a hikaru, but I expected more from myself. Seeing Sikari is always odd. It makes me think I'm looking into a fairground mirror, or that it's already Halloween and I'm touching up my makeup in the bathroom. I never did understand why she got those tattoos around her eyes. The short black hair looks nice on her, I'll give her that. I'd try it myself, if I weren't scared of the time it'd take to grow it back to the length I have it at now. But those black diamonds, the sheep aren't mine. They're mowing the grass. She'd probably strangle me if she knew I had my own fleecy back at the Citadel Corral. It was a present from number sign 426 a few birthdays back. The Deep Forest Preserve is the only place for Ks without security cams everywhere. I had to bring you into a meadows section, because I didn't want your teleport flame setting something on fire. I still don't see why we don't just meet at the cafe. Yes, she even pronounced the capital. I don't feel comfortable there. You know that. You didn't seem to mind the lounge full of Rarakus last time we visited. Which brings us to the main item of business. Did it work? I admitted that my night had been more pleasant than usual. Sikari smiled. I knew that we would do it. The problem with you, Skitchan darling, is that you're too meek. If you see something you want, take it. If you don't, someone else will, and in cases like this that can be tragic. Now. She stepped back and put her hands on her hips. Teach it to me. Not yet. What do you mean, not yet? She was sputtering. Our deal was that I would teach you the soul trap bubble the day I held Rat safely in my arms. From the look of your hair and the state of your bodysuit, I guess that tonight qualifies. I remember crossing my fingers and hoping that my loophole was large enough. I need her help. He's bewitched. The American girls cast a shape-shifting spell on him, and I can't break it. I've set protective wards, but I still wouldn't call that safe. My other did a lot of grunting, but agreed. You never told me the girl knew magic. I didn't know. What's her name? Thompson. King Thompson. Sakari thought for a moment, then frowned and shook her head. She has no equivalent in my reality. What must I do? Even before I started listing my conditions, she'd taken her iron dagger from its holster and begun tracing the needed blood lines on her right palm. Find out more about Thompson, I said, and keep tabs on Rat. Make sure no harm comes to him, natural or otherwise. Once he's free from enchantment and physical harm and we're together, once he's... I faltered. I couldn't think of any gaps I'd left open, but it still didn't seem airtight. I know you want to be thorough in your contract, sister dear, but safely in your arms covers everything you've said, and more. She must have seen the color creep up my cheeks, because she added, well, you're right. Not your arms. How about this for our renewed agreement? You will teach me the soul trap bubble the day Raraku is firmly and safely established as your paramour. That sounded right. I took my own dagger from its place at my hip and drew the contractual sigils on my hand. I keep my blade sharp, so it didn't hurt much. We were about to seal the contract, when I thought of something. Safe refers to both the relationship and the person. Of course. Now, shake. My hand went forward and then back again. What is it this time? No killing. That'd be the easiest way for her to keep her side of the deal, after all. Kim's my rival, but, well, we're also sort of friends. You take all the fun out of things. This time I took her hand in mine, and we bound ourselves to the agreement. At this point I always expect fire and brimstone, but I had to settle for a white green flash that signified the consummation of the deal. Always a pleasure doing business with myself. Sakari wiped her hand on her bodysuit. When then, shall we meet again? In thunder, lightning or in rain? My sister has lately acquired an annoying habit of misquoting Shakespeare at the most inopportune moments. I named a date and time. She agreed with a nod and began walking towards the tree line. Where are you going? I called to her. If you port in the jungle region, you'll set fire to the place. Oh, I'm not going back just yet. I have a little sightseeing to do. I didn't like that one bit, but how could I stop her? My frustration expressed itself as a faint purple glow around my body. It isn't that unpleasant, really. Cheaper than sunglasses and twice as effective. Automatically tinted, too. Just don't go on any hunts while you're here, Sakari. This is my city, in my reality, and I'm the killer of the dead here. Not you. But of course. She smiled and walked away. I'm still here, looking alternately at my blood-stained hand and the spot where she disappeared into the foliage. I bend down and stroke one of the sheep. The feel of its wool against my hand soothes me as I meditate. I am Sakari, and she is me. So why don't I trust her? Rat's future was one of bondage and plots. He woke from a knockout blow only to find himself wrapped in a ribbon cocoon and hanging upside down from a structurally unsound rafter above what looked suspiciously like a tub full of boiling mud. It looked like mud, the color was right, and it bubbled and slurped thickly. But it smelled too good to be dirt. Almost like scented soap. He felt like reaching out and dipping his finger in it, but even if his arms weren't down tightly to his sides, the handcuffs would have made that impossible. Besides, the rafter was bending at a noticeable, steady pace, and it would be altogether too soon that he would find himself in intimate contact with the effervescent clop. It dawned on him that this would not be pleasant. H-E-L-P. He shouted. H-E-L-P. Screaming forced him to raise his head and glimpse the activity surrounding him. Kim was in the back and looked concerned, but was impotent in her ghostly form. Ranma was arguing with the leader of the group, but nothing seemed to come from it. And around him, several hundred leotard girls were dancing in a rather titillating fashion. A blood drop fell from his nose and fizzled into black solidity upon the surface of the mud. H-E-L-P. H-E-L-P. H-E-L. Raraku wriggled to face the cause of a loud crash, bringing himself an inch nearer to the color-complexioned booster. The main door, weakened from the earlier explosion, had been knocked off its hinges. Childra didn't wait for the dust clouds to clear to walk into the main chamber. Childra. Here. H-E-L-P. H-E-L-P. Her entrance had startled most of the Kodakets into defensive crouches, but they now rushed at her, fleet-footed and snarling. That proved to be a mistake. I'm flattered that you still remember me. Jansen raised a finger and her assailants went flying. An invisible juggernaut fled from her hand and knocked everything from its path on its course through the chamber. Girls and women turned into human tenpins. Pairs of skulls became impromptu castanets and Ranma's jaw dropped with an audible click while he watched the spectacle. Kim's ghost, though silent, had its chin below its neckline. You didn't tell me your friend was Telly. Tilla. That she could move stuff with her mind, whispered Ranma. Miranda was the last to fall. The unseen force slammed her against the tub of boiling mud, knocking it over and severing its feeder tube. She can't, answered Kim. Injured women tried to roll out of the way of the sizzling mudslide and screamed when their efforts landed them in the growing puddle of scalding water being fed by the disconnected intake pipe. Then, what did all of that? Children summoned her machete and used it to slice the ribbon holding Rat to the roof. He landed with a glop muffled thud. Ranma? I think you'd better change back. Now. Ranma didn't react. He continued looking at the bodies, the ruined room and the new arrival. 2-8. What? You wanna make sure Bad Boy's alright, or something? Ranma, will you listen to me? Change. Now. Okay. I go. He went. He leapt off the stage and stepped over a few unconscious acolytes on his way to the warm puddle. Lying down in it didn't hurt, but the soul transfer did. Hey, fought, 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 fought. Kim screamed enough for the both of them. Besides, he was tongue-tied by what his spirit eyes beheld. He saw a girl. A familiar girl, with dark clothes, cropped hair, who wore a dress in pastel shades of yellow and blue. She held a wooden mallet in her right hand, and her eyes watered as she looked up at him. Ranma Saotome. Now that I've seen her, there's no way to hide. She is not some fling from long ago. Now that I've seen her, I know why she lied, and I think it was better when I didn't know. Richard Maltby, Jr. and a bubble epilogue. She thinks herself the game warden of this reality's undead. I take a large gulp of oolong to clear the bitters from my throat. She forbade me to hunt on her ground. And me. I, who have scoured more alternatives than she'll ever see. But I might as well please my sister. By the way my table mate arches her eyebrow, I can tell she has the wrong idea. Her mind is a non-stop gutter party. I play along and follow with an ambiguous statement. I can bear a small submission for a greater gain. It's not souls that draw me here. Don't rub it in. Oh, that's right. Poor Licky doesn't have one. Is she mad at me? Or just plain mad? I love it when I have to make up. Oh, she doesn't see my hand move under the tabletop. But you like it so much when I do. I slip my fingers through the slit in the side of her dress and scratch her leg as hard as I can with my shorn nails. I hoped for a reaction, and am disappointed. My sister is in love. Our pupils meet. Parleys between us are always multi-tiered. Our tongues say one thing, our eyes another, and both are perfectly understood. Until it all degenerates into a tumble in which Akuli and Lingui play the same role as the remainder of our bodies. I'm careful in reaching for my blade, but not careful enough. Yotolika notices the dip in my right shoulder and grabs my hands, holding both wrists in one firm grip and raising them above my head. My cufflinks are touching. I could teleport back to the Citadel, but she knows I won't. It's shearing weak. Project R, I hiss. My attempts to wriggle out of her grip meet with all the success of a wasp struggling against a Venus flytrap. I missed her knees with my below-table kicks, and now my feet have pinned to the floor by her own. She's fallen for your brother. Brothers and sisters I have none, and yet this man is my father's son. Another one of her quotations. This one I don't recognize. Shakespeare? I can hear the clack of her tongue stud against her teeth as she moves in for her reward. My body tells me with a thrill that letting her take it would not be in the least unpleasant, but that would involve giving in, and it just won't do. I'm always on top. Mother Goose. Raraku is no brother of mine. That's a relief, I mutter, stalling for time. She pauses. It worked. HRM? If he were, this would be perverse. When you put it that way, I'm tempted to hack into the genealogical files and make him my official sibling. She's right. I'll have to thank Sis later for making our contests more exciting. Her tongue is almost at my neck now, and her moist breath warms part of my skin and leaves the area around it feeling colder than before. More shivers. I slip into a submissive posture, relaxing every muscle, closing my eyes, slowing my breathing and tilting my head back to expose my neck. Funnily enough, that's also the perfect state for focusing one's ki. The bait works beautifully. The slight time Licky spends smiling at her triumph is all that I need to cast the spell. The suctioning over her lips never gets to my skin. I intercept it with a burst of ruby fire that surrounds me as thoroughly and snugly as the bodysuit I wear. Autolycus should have known better. On several of our trysts I've used the flaming orge as my outfit. She'll need to buy lip balm tomorrow. The unexpected pain loosens her grip, and I take the opportunity to disengage myself and flip the table onto her. Teacups and a pot shatter behind me. Only Autolycus' upper chest and head protrude from beneath the table, on which I kneel to ensure her immobility. I need you, Licky. I brush the tangled mane of hair from her neck and put my dagger at her throat. For what? Her mad green eyes move everywhere, analyzing the situation. She'll teach me her technique if I deliver the rat to her as a love slave. My knife traces faint lines on her face. Not so deep as to scar, but enough to bring a few drops of blood to the surface. She likes blood. So do I. I want that key attack, love. Then you must have it and it may prove interesting. Mind control is allowed. I made sure of that. The edge of the table stops me from bringing my blade any further down. I content myself with carving arcane symbols onto the fingernails on the hand which Licky's managed to slide free. But all too soon the manicure is done. We are at an impasse. Neither of us can go further. She agrees. Then yield. I will not. A troublesome grin. Not to someone as forgetful as yourself. I yawn deliberately and theatrically, then coat a finger with her blood. What have I forgotten? I ask, raising it to my lips. Too late. I see her long nails make contact with the wooden table. A breaking point victory. A shower of splinters. A release. And then our bloody, laugh-filled revels truly begin. End Girl Trouble * Chapter 30 * Episode 4. Death and the Maidens. The Motomic made a sharp bank turn around the corner and headed down the boulevard towards the Nakoyanan. Rabiko, Hibiki clenched his arms tighter around the waist of the bleached blonde at the controls of the vehicle. I still don't see why you wouldn't let me drive, he complained loudly over the rushing wind. I did pay for half the mech, you know. Childra Jansen kept her eyes on the road, raising her voice to be heard. King told Shampoo we'd be there at 11. I planned to make it on time. Are you implying that I wouldn't? When I want to take an intercontinental vacation, Rabiko, I'll tell you. A thought suddenly occurred to her. How do you do it, anyways? You get to other countries faster than I could buy double S planes. It's an inherited talent. Before Children could reply, they arrived at the Nakoyanan, with its two stone cats guarding the entryway. The pair dismounted, walked up to the main door, and knocked on the wood frame door. After a few seconds the door slid open, revealing Shampoo. She had been waiting some time. Moose's extended family, who had been running the Nakoyanan in her absence, had long since gone to bed. Shampoo quirked an eyebrow as she looked at Children, then rapped, and back to Children again. Where Ranma? He's busy. Children answered. With Akan. Rap piped up. Children elbowed him in the side, and Rap's eyes widened as he realized what he had just said. Shampoo's face contorted into a mask of anger. Hey Kayani? She here? Nasty boy. Lie! Akan dead. Akan killed herself. Children sighed and addressed the Amazon. I take it you're Shampoo. Gee, whatever gave you that idea? Rap said, sarcasm oozing out of every word. Children glared at him. You remember what I did with that sheet? Rap nodded, idly rubbing his butt in remembrance. I can do worse things. Children finished. She let Rap sit on their docking and turned back to Shampoo. Look, Shampoo. You're both right. Yes, Akan killed herself. Goodness knows that's one of the reasons Kunutatwaki became a monk. Rap piped up again. Wait, Akan you Kunutatwaki? The Kunutatwaki? Children tongued and gave Rap a look right in the eye that caused the Hibiki to cringe. Raraku, we will have plenty of time to talk about this later. Okay? Rap quickly nodded his assent. Children turned back to Shampoo. She died, yes, but because she killed herself. Shampoo groaned. Lessons that Cologne had given her in folklore coming to her mind. She should have seen this coming. Akan ghost. A statement, not a question. Children nodded and Shampoo groaned again. I am an idiot. The Amazon thought. I should have made the ghost-ridding potion as well. And of course, I don't have the right herbs. Children's voice interrupted her thoughts. They had a bit of catching up to do, so I left King and Ranma with her and came to see you alone. When Ranma come? Shampoo asked, an unpleasant thought coming to her. Ranma come, right? Children smiled. Don't worry. She leaned in close to Shampoo so Rap couldn't hear. He'd never leave you, Shampoo, if half of what King told me's right. Shampoo let out a sigh of relief. Shampoo thanked nice girl. What nice girl's name? Children Jansen, at your service. The historian bowed. Shampoo returned it. They were interrupted by Rap's voice. Saotome be here at around midnight, he stated, clearly eager to get away from the woman who had tried to cook him back in China. I think I'll wait in the next room. Why no go to Shampoo room? Their TV, music. Children stilted to laugh as Rap started sweating. The poor boy looked like he was ready to tear right through the wall to get away from Shampoo. No. That's alright. I'll. Rap gulped and walked in a random direction. I'll be right there. Rat, children said quietly. HM, you're pointing at the garbage chute. ER, right. Well then, this way. He set off towards the main entrance. Children sighed and turned back to shampoo. You'd better get back to your room and get some rest. I'd better hang around to make sure he doesn't end up in Antarctica. Nice children girl, sure? Shampoo asked. Children smiled. Yeah, I'll be fine. Get yourself some rest, lass. She winked. You'll need it when Ranma gets here. Shampoo returned the wink with a naughty smile and left for the back of the restaurant. As soon as she was out of sight, her shoulders slumped. These late nights were getting to her. As she climbed the stairs she frowned. I can. Time passed. The digital clock on the wall read 12:43 am. Rab paced the floor of the dining room, while children sat at one of the tables, idly playing with a pair of cheap plastic chopsticks. Where is she? Rab minuted, causing children to look at him and quirk an eyebrow amusedly. Where? He? Where? Them? Children grinned as he tried to figure out the grammar. He finally gave up and snarled at her. You know who I mean. Children nodded. They'll be here. They do have to deal with the CKO, after all. Rat sighed and resumed his pacing. I guess you're right. As he headed towards the far wall, there was a flash of blue light and suddenly, there were 3 people in the room instead of 2. The newcomer was a tall Japanese boy with long black hair tied in a ponytail. He looked around confusedly. This can't be right, he murmured. He stared at his right hand, which was clenched in a fist. Focus, Rio, focus. Unfortunately, he was so focused on the hand, rather than on his surroundings, that he failed to notice Radiko, who typically wasn't watching where he was going. The two collided, and vanished through a slowly shrinking ring of silver blue energy. Totally elapsed time, 7 seconds. Childra blinked and jumped to her feet, frowning at what she just saw. Well, this can't be good. She grabbed her both from the floor and dug through the ring of energy just before it winked out altogether. Episode 4, Death and the Maidens. While yet a boy I sought for ghosts, and sped through many a listening chamber, cave and ruin, and starlight wood, with fearful steps pursuing hope of high talk with the departed dead. I was not hurt, I saw them not when musing deeply on the lot of life, at that sweet time when things are wooing all vital things that wait to bring news of birds and blossoming. Sudden, my shadow fell on me. I shrieked, and clasped my hands in ecstasy. PRCY Bishiseli from Hindu Intellectual Beauty Church of Kodakai Headquarters, Main Auditorium. Ranma looked at his watch. At Kim's watch. It had been almost 8 hours since he'd gotten here, and he'd still not been able to see Akan for more than a few seconds, much less speak to her. After he'd spilled boiling water on himself, so he could see her spirit, he'd had to change back in a hurry, before Leppy had a chance to kill Thompson. Seemed those frigging Kodakai worshippers could hide their weapons anywhere. Must have been quite uncomfortable to keep that piano wire in a bra. Bra? Of course. That's what felt so tight around his chest. Kim may call him Hannah, but she's the one who slept in the rubber and lace. No sense in talking it off now. Oh. If all went well, he'd be back in spirit form soon, and Kim would need it when she took the body. Not much left to do. Everything seemed more or less taken care of. He'd managed to convince the High Priestess that Akan's rampage had been the result of their trying to hurt Rat against his direct orders. She swallowed it without a single question. Guess they really do think I'm a god. It wasn't too difficult to add a cover story for Kim. Instead of being Ranma Saotome, she was now his Ava. Whatever the heck that word was for the human representative of a god. She'd kindly offered her body so that he could manifest his divine essence on earth. They still despised her, but now the Kodakets were jealous of her, instead of just hating her. At least they wouldn't try to bump Chia off, now. After that little scene, Radiko and children had left in a hurry for shampoos. She'd be upset that he wasn't there, but she'd have to live with that. Catching up with Akan and finding out why the heck she was a ghost was more important. He turned to Kim. Did we forget anything? He asked. Akan says to find a private room where you two can talk. Hi. That was one thing he didn't need to be reminded of. Now, where was Leppy? He looked around. The meeting hall had been repaired in a jiffy. Just like their mistress, the acolytes healed pretty quickly. Then again, they hadn't been key-blasted. Ranma rubbed his sword jaw. Where'd that pipsqueak learn that, anyway? Cologne was gone, and shampoo had been at Juzenkiyo. That attack of his was just as strong as any of Ryuga's. Must run in the family, thought Ranma. In true Hibiki style, the explosion had turned about a third of the place into rubble, even though most of the building was made of marble and granite. It had taken a few hours, even with organized streams of light-haired girls methodically carting debris away, but eventually the place had been cleared, and the only remnant of Rat's little outburst was a gaping void where a side room used to be. Now the acolytes were all in rows again, bowing in front of him, but their leader didn't seem to be among them. Maybe. A tap on his shoulder. Ranma-sama? Huh? He turned around. Sure enough, there was Leppy Kodakai, in full regalia and with a huge smile on her face. Oh, it's you. Look, I have something for you. What? I know you are eager to leave us, but before you do, there is something I must give you. Oh. The last time Ranma had heard a phrase like that, it had come from the mouth of Kunio Tatewaki, and it had been the start of all the troubles with the big-tailed goddess. If Leppy pulled out a bouquet of roses, what do you wanna give me? We are the Church of Kodakai in name, but it is you we worship. Now that you have returned, you are, of course, our rightful leader. Leader? But, Leppy. Ranma sighed. Look, I'd love to stay and take place in all your ceremonies, but I really must be going. I have, classes. Yeah, that's it. I have to study physics with uh, numbers and stuff. From the corner of his eyes, Ranma could see Kim burying her face in her hands. No need to worry, Ranma-sama. We know that even the divine Agmundane needs when immortal dies, and we would never dream of interfering with your worldly affairs. Leppy paused for a moment, then grinned. Well, maybe we would dream of it, but... Ranma blushed. I thought you'd be used to girls chasing after you, said Kim. But then what? We simply want you to remember that we are all under your command. And, for that, we wish to give you this. Please, let it not be roses. Anything but roses. What Leppy pulled out was a rather nice-looking wristwatch. A watch? Ranma was puzzled. Not just any watch. It's also an A/D link to the church's main computer. Simply press this button. Leppy pointed at a small red button on the side of the watch, and an alarm will ring in the control center. Whoever's on duty will answer at once, and fulfill your request. What kind of requests? Anything, said the High Priestess, in a sultry voice. Ranma decided to ignore it. Kim was already looking angry enough, which meant Akan was probably close to exploding. If he went on any further, he'd probably have another roaring lion bullet and mallet rampage to deal with. Anything, as in, I'd like some ramen but I don't have cash. Could you bring me some anything, or anything, like I'm in danger? Please send a squad of fighters anything. Either, or both. Okay. I just press this button, right? Correct. Shall I put it on? Kim looked at the pair angrily. Yar. I'll put it on myself. Leppy bowed, and handed him the timepiece. As you wish, Ranma-sama. He took the black plastic watch from her, and put it on his right hand, since Kim's own was already on his left wrist. As he did, he noticed the Kodakats. All 700 were still assembled, silent and kneeling. Leppy? Yes? The acolytes. Ranma gestured at the meeting hall floor. What about them? How long will they stay like that? For as long as you remain here, or until you order them to do otherwise. Oh. A pause. That reminds me. Anything for you, Ranma-sama? Yes. I need to be alone for a while. Would you? Oh, of course. Leppy nodded. It must be horribly emotional to return and see how faithful our foundress was to you. Naturally, I will leave you two alone. Take all the time you need. You too? Asked Kim. She can't see me. Or I can, so... Her eyes grew wide. Ranma, she'd better not be talking about that tank. Here, said Leppy, pulling a keycard out of her pocket and giving it to Ranma. This will open the panels hiding the storage tank, and will also give you access to the computer. Just stick it in the slot and follow the directions on screen. It is the tank, grumbled Kim. She turned for a minute, and listened. You don't know about it yet, she told the invisible Akan, and believe me, it's best to keep it that way. Heck, I didn't know the person involved, and even I was in danger of losing my lunch. Thank you. Just one more thing. In what else may I be of service, Ranma-sama? I'm a bit tired after all this. Do you happen to have any tea? Or coffee? Good thinking, said Kim. Ranma nodded. Of course. Leppy snapped her fingers. Marie. Ranma-sama wishes for coffee. One of the girls on the floor stood up, nodded, and went into an adjoining room. Could I just take a pot in with me? Asked Ranma. That is what I assumed you would want, replied Leppy. In less than a minute, Marie returned with a silver coffee service. I apologize for not serving you in our gold set, but it's out for replating. That's alright. Really. If you say so, Ranma-sama. Now I think I'll go in, now. Of course. Ranma took the tray from the Kodaket, and walked towards the door leading to the sanctum. As he opened the portal with the keycard, he could hear the sound of 1,400 slippered feet scuffling out of the meeting hall. The Kunyu Foundation, Nirima Control Center. That Ranma clone was better than she'd realized, thought Perdita. Even the CKOs couldn't tell him from the real thing. As far as the last available security tapes were concerned, the Kodakets were worshipping him as if he were a minor deity. Annoying. Oh. The recordings just stopped. When those two figures broke down the door, she looked at the screen captures again. No use. There was too much dust in those few frames to make out any features clearly, even with computer enhancement. Perdita frowned at the other readouts. There'd been some sort of explosion at CKO headquarters, that much was for certain. No matter how much they tried to hide any direct evidence, the ion readings, sound levels, and other less direct measurements were all quite telltale. There was no way that the air temperature outside the church's west wing could keep itself above 373 K for more than 30 milliseconds on its own. However, any time she tried to get a direct statement of what had happened from the computer, it'd jam on her. She tried again. Computer, access CKO feed for time interval 6820 to 6825. That information is not available. Of course it's available. That's how we get most of our information on that group. Spit it out. That information is not available. Guess I'll have to be more specific. Computer, access CKO security camera readings, Sector 12, Units 4 and 5, for time interval 6820 to 6825. The requested information is not available. Why not? Access denied. What? Access denied. I heard. But why? Who has more access than I do? Director DNA Ono. Get him on for me. Then. I want him to get this information. Director Ono is already receiving the requested transmissions. Perdita blinked. So he was he? Her fingers raced across the keyboard. Better do this the old-fashioned way, since she hadn't been having any luck with the neural link. Let's see. File transfers, data flux. Here it was. Sure enough. He was getting all the information she wanted dumped directly onto his hard drive, while it was simultaneously erased from everywhere else. Bastard. Computer, why is Director Ono interested in this data? That information is classified. There might be a way to get around the security programming. Really? Considering who I am, I should have clearance for it. TNDOPRDIDA does not have clearance for the requested information. Access denied. I have clearance for everything else I've run across. Why not this? Information pertains to Project RD and the OPRDIDA does not have clearance for Project R information. Access denied. Let me guess. Only Director Ono has clearance. Northeast. Negative. Oh. She arched an eyebrow. Director Ono and someone else have clearance. Affirmative. Computer, list people with clearance for Project R information. Access denied. Better try a roundabout route. Computer, what level clearance is needed for Project R? Security level Alpha, special grant, is required. Good. Now they were getting somewhere. Computer, what projects for which I am responsible require security level Alpha? Searching. Results of search. Military operations database maintenance. Military operations suppliers list. Military operations. I get the point. Stop. Query result list printout halted. Computer, I've decided to send out an update on Japan's military operations. Kindly assemble a recipient list. List assembled. Print it out, please. On screen only. Recipient list. ONODANARO, HIDIKI Penelope, Project R mailer. List recipients in Project R mailer. Access denied. Figures. This should be enough. Oh. Project R. The R obviously stood for Ranma, so it must have something to do with the clone. Now, what were an Ono and a Hibiki doing with the Saotome clone? Computer, list information on Hibiki Penelope. The standard social security file came on screen. Picture, personal data. Not much of interest, apart from the family name. Married for over 20 years, had a son in Premedadu of Tokyo and a 12-year-old daughter, lived in a nice area of town in a spacious mansion. All in all, her profile looked like that of the perfect society housewife. Why'd she have alpha clearance, then? And what did she have to do with Project R? Put it aside. Seemed the only way she'd find out anything more about this would be to check it out herself. There was no way she'd let this pass. If that explosion had destroyed the Ranma duplicate, she wanted to know, and she also needed to find out exactly why her employer was so hot on keeping all this info to himself. Computer, how long have I been working today? You have been at the terminal for 14 hours, 6 minutes and 25 seconds. Good enough. I'm taking my break now. I'll be back in time to finish off the work schedule. Access denied. To my break. Contracts for D&D OPRDIDA. Paragraph 5, Clause 3. Refresh my memory, will you? Begin quote. D&D OPRDIDA will take an 8-hour break for every 16 hours of work. This break shall be awarded upon completion of said work period. End quote. You're kidding. I have to stay here for another 2 hours? Negative. Oh, I can go, then. You may go in 1 hour, 52 minutes and 6 seconds. Gee, thanks. You are welcome. She could swear that this machine was developing a sense of humor. Tag my hover car waiting for me outside the main gate at 1 minute past that time, will you? HOVRCAR program complete. Now all she had to do was wait. She glanced at her readouts. The fun must have stopped, because the CKO camera readings were available again. Let's see. Whoa. That had been some explosion. They'd cleaned up, but a huge chunk of the West Wing was missing, like it had never existed. To her dismay, the fake Ranma was still alive, and looking quite well. Chikaso. He was walking into that blasted sanctum of theirs. The CKOs might not guard their other transmissions that closely, but those 2 rooms had security tighter than the Kunyu Foundation's special conference room. No use in watching any further. Computer, I'm going back to normal monitoring and maintenance functions until my break. Alert me of any entrances or exits into CKO headquarters. Affirmative. Notification will be given of any ingress or egress from the building. Thanks. You are welcome. Put it aside, and went back to work. Church of Kodakai headquarters, inner sanctum. The door to the sanctum closed behind the trio, and electric lights came on automatically. Thankfully, the panels to the formaldehyde tank were closed. Ranma didn't think his stomach could put up with another viewing of the 2 corpses. He'd barely avoided retching last time, as it was. Did Akan come with you? He asked. Of course, answered Kim. She's right next to me. He couldn't believe it. He was finally going to see her again, after all this. After all he'd been through. He picked up the pitcher of coffee, and prepared to pour some over his hand, before thinking of something. Kim? Yes? Will you be alright? I mean, it's just going to be the 2 of us talking, and... Kim snickered. Don't pretend you're worried about my getting bored. I know you just want to be alone with your girlfriend. Ranma blushed. It's not like you can hide it, you know. If it's any consolation, Akan's blushing, too. Suddenly, Kim reeled from an invisible blow. Ow! What was that for? A pause. Okay. No more teasing, I promise. She turned to Ranma. Anyway, I'll just keep myself busy reading files off the CKO database. Gotta admit, there's no better way to learn about your past. Well, you could always try asking me. I stand corrected. There's no more reliable way to learn about your past. What's that supposed to mean? Kim sighed. Don't worry about it. Just go on and spill that stuff on yourself. Hi. He tipped the pitcher over his left hand. As soon as the hot liquid touched his skin, he was transported out of the body and into spirit form where Kim had been standing, next to Akan. She looked exactly like she had a century ago, down to the clothes she was wearing. Akan wore a knee-length pastel blue dress with soft yellow accents, while a sky blue diadem kept her close-cropped hair in place. "Ranma!" she shouted, with arms outstretched, and rushed forward to meet him. Unfortunately, she went right through him, and had to float off the ground and spin herself around to avoid leaving the room altogether. I forgot." Ranma grinned, and they both began to laugh. They laughed not so much because of the accident, but more because of the general situation. It was the laugh of those who have feared danger and lived through it well. More or less, with a bit of a nervous titter for uncertainty about the future mixed in with it. After a time, the thoughts subsided into quiet giggles, and then into silence, as the dead looked each other in the eye. The tender girl's eyes twinkled with spiritual tears, and her mouth twitched up into a smile. Ranma noticed, and lowered his gaze. "Thanks for talking out those girls," he said. "We really owe you on that one. How'd you manage it, anyway?" "Oh, that." Akan closed her eyes and concentrated, while raising her right hand. In moments, what looked for all the world like her old-to-foot wooden mallet materialized within her grip. Ranma stared, bug-eyed. "Can you actually hit people with that thing?" "Only when I'm angry. Ghosts have a lot of ki, but we need strong emotions to focus it enough to affect the physical world. I was pretty angry after what Childra told me about you, and..." She turned her face away and lowered the mallet. It disappeared. "Akan. It's been a long 100 years," she said softly. "Very long." Ranma opened his mouth to speak, but he could say nothing. For him it hadn't been 100 years, but the blinking of an eye. One moment he'd been walking to school, and the next, he looked at Kim through Akan's translucent body. "Does everyone who dies become a ghost?" he asked. Akan smiled weakly. "No. Only a few." She grinned, but her eyes betrayed her sadness. "The chosen few. So, why'd you end up like this?" Silence. I think I'll take a look at the computers now," said Kim, who up until then had been listening to the exchange. Trying to be inconspicuous, she walked over to one of the monitors and began the process of figuring out the database management system. "Did you have any of that unfinished business everyone keeps talking about?" I suppose you could say that." "Yeah. I guess I did." She looked at him, and Ranma could swear that her eyes were watering, even as a ghost. But now... oh... He had to change the topic, quickly, before things got serious. Nice dress, Akan." The spirit beamed. "You like it?" She raised an eyebrow. "That wasn't what you said a century ago." "What?" "It's the same dress I was wearing when..." A pause. "When you had that fight with Chia." "Oh, yeah. I remember. You'd said it looked too feminine for an uncouth tomboy like me." "Well, that's changed. I mean..." Akan giggled. Giggled? That was new and worrying. Death had not been kind to her, it seemed. Maybe she'd gone senile. Akan. Just curious. How old were you when you... Well, you know, I'm still a virgin, Ranma. She sighed. And that's not going to change now, is it? Ranma's face faltered. Wait a minute. A virgin? You mean she'd never married? That wasn't what I was asking about. But thanks for telling me. It's nice to know you didn't get hitched to anyone else. I wanted to know how long you lived to. Ken froze. Something wrong, Ken? No. It's just that. Well, how long? 50, 60, 70? No. 80? Come on. I can deal with it. We're both dead now, and you can look like anything you like, so it doesn't really matter. Ken closed her eyes and turned away. 16, she said softly. What? 16. Firm, this time. 16? What do you mean, 16? Ranma's late fiancé spun around and glared at him. I jumped off a bridge, okay. Wait a minute. She'd what? You killed yourself? I can't swim. Remember? Why? Maybe I actually cared for you. Ever thought of that? Ranma felt a chill. He'd been avoiding this for over a century, and now she fessed up. She had to be joking. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. You died, and I was alone. Did you ever think of that, Ranma? I couldn't take that loneliness. Not with the memory of how full I'd been while you were around. Once you left, everything seemed empty. Like one of those painted eggshells after you drained the insides out. You didn't need me. You had so much going for you. Every guy at school was after you, since you're pretty and all, and, oh, so now you admit I'm cute. A green bat aura began to form around her. This was bad. Very bad. Ranma gulped as he remembered what had happened to the 700 Kodakats. That's not what I meant. So you still think I'm an UNCUD tomboy? She stood and raised her hand, her mallet once again materializing in it. This time, it was glowing green. Then take this. Ken began the downward swing. It is what I meant. Ranma began to apologize, but it was too late. The key object connected, and sent him flying across the room, through the plastic panels at the far end. Ranma. Ken let go of the mallet as she ran in the direction she'd sent him. As soon as it fell from her fist, the wooden hammer dissolved into nothingness. The ghost ran through the wall and into the room where Ranma had landed. Inside, it was dark. That wasn't a problem, no, since both their spirit forms glowed a soft white. Slowly, as to not to go through him, Ken took the prone Ranma's head and cradled it in her arms. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. She whispered. Are you alright? Ranma groaned and slowly opened his eyes. It seemed even spirits could feel pain, if hit the right way. He looked up. With that dim light coming from her, she looked almost Tenchi. He mumbled. Ken's eyes widened. Had she heard? Ranma? She asked, puzzled. He smiled at her. I love you too, Akan. Suddenly, the lights were switched on and the panels opened. It was Kim. Sorry to bust your bubble, but we have to leave. Now, she said. What? Asked Ranma, as he stood up and released himself from Akan's grip. Why? It's not like the CKO's Kama heard us, or anything. Akan just stared in shock, motionless, at the now illuminated formaldehyde tank. Someone's awfully interested in Ratsky Blast. I just found out they've been draining the info from CKO security and typing it directly to some mainframe in the Kunyu Foundation. If they find out about you, there could be trouble. What kind of trouble? Let's just say the Kunyu Foundation is big. Very big. You don't want to get involved with them, if you can possibly help it. Ranma, is that? I can't want that the body's floating in the pale yellow fluid. Long story, said Ranma. You bet, said Kim. They basically took over most of the legal functions of the government after I was talking to Akan. Oh. He turned to the ghost. Don't worry about it. Makes them sick, too, but there's nothing we can do about it. I'll explain it all later. I can't believe that. That pervert. I'd always known she was bad, but this. Akan was shaking with rage, a crimson aura forming around her. Don't worry about it. That's right. Akan hadn't seen the corpses before. Had she? Ranma shook his head. Oh, dear, said Kim. Well, tell your girlfriend that we really should get going. Champs is waiting for us at the Nakoyanan. I want to stop off at Ray's to shower and get changed, and we've got to be out of here before some KF agent comes snooping around the place. My girlfriend? Both spirits began to glow a bright red. Kim shrugged. Call her what you like, she said. It's all the same to me. In any case, let's hurry. See your goodbyes. Goodbyes? Why? I can't exactly walk out of here in this form. Unless you want them to think I'm Ranma Saotome again. Oh, yeah. Ranma and Akan looked each other in the eyes. It's just till we get out, he said. I know. Kim tapped her foot impatiently. Okay. I'm coming. Geez. Thompson took the pitcher of water, still there from her interrogation, and tipped it over her right hand. Ranma put down the pitcher and walked back into the meeting hall. Outside, Leppy was waiting for him. I trust your time with the Foundress was satisfactory? She asked. Yeah. Swell. Now, I've really got to get going. No kidding. I've already missed what? 5 lectures? If things like this keep on happening, I won't pass the year. I see, replied the priestess. Do you require transportation? Rat and Children took the mech with them. Yeah. We'll need something to ride it on. Could you help? Leppy grinned. Already using the royal we. Seems you're more used to us than you care to admit. A cop. Sorry about that. Ranma rubbed the back of his head with his hand. Slip of the tongue. I think it suits you, said Leppy. In any case, we'll be delighted to drive you to your residence. We will provide you with a personal vehicle, of course, but since we only learned of your reappearance recently, the hover car can't be here before tomorrow afternoon. Well, said Kim. Looks like being the object of the CKO's worship mightn't be that bad, after all. Ranma nodded. Are you ready, Ranma-sama? Hi. This way, please. Author's note, Tenchi Angel, in Japanese. The Kunyu Foundation, Nirima Control Center alert. Vehicle has emerged from Church of KODCHI headquarters, North Garage. What? Perdita looked up from her calculations. Oh. Someone had left CKO headquarters. What kind of vehicle? Helicopter, jeep, tank, limousine. Composition, 10-karat gold frame with LAPI's LAZULI detailing. Registration number, 5K1-0728. Further details? No. That's alright. Just give me their general direction. If this was who she thought it was. The current heading of the limousine is KUNOU Hall, University of Tokyo. Bingo. Computer, how much longer do I need to work? You have 45 minutes left in your work schedule. Chikaso. She'd have to sit it out. Hopefully they'd stay put. If not, well, she could always track them again. Perdita smiled to herself. This was beginning to be interesting. A gold limo? The CKO must have really been impressed by the Ranma clone. Then again, it seemed that Corp was involved with Project R, and they were the world leaders in that kind of thing. How ironic, to think that the technology developed in trying to revive her would be used to bring Saotome back to life. Computer, confirm programming of my hover car. It's still set to pick me up at a minute after the end of my work schedule, right? Programming confirmed. Good. Feed it the Kunyu Hall Company ordinates, and pre-program the quickest route between here and there into the nav map. Include traffic variables. Download the latest ones from DRAFCON, if you need to. Please wait. Downloading variables. Download complete. Assembling matrices. Calculations complete. Course computed. Data transmitted. Your request has been processed. Thanks. You are welcome. Oh, and computer, please input query. Kindly set your politeness protocol flag to off. Property set. There. Much better. University of Tokyo. Kunyu Hall Ranma slipped the keycard into the door to Kim's room, and it slipped open with a hiss. Welcome back, he said. Kim nodded to someone next to her. Thanks. She turned to Ranma. Akan likes my room. She wonders whether you'll be able to live with someone as tidy as I am. Oh. Hey. I'm neat. When was I ever messy? Kim sighed. Never mind. Hurry up and get some hot water. You want to shower already? It's not that. I have some messages. Huh? The red blinking light on the desk. Someone called while we were out. Oh. It's probably children, or Shampoo wondering why we didn't show, so I kind of want to answer it as soon as possible. Gotcha. Ranma left, and went into the washroom across the hall. A few seconds later, King Thompson walked back into the room, where Ranma was now in spirit form. "This is going to get annoying," said Akan. "It was bad enough when you turned into a girl, but now you go in between being a ghost like me, and not being able to notice me at all." Ranma shrugged. "Could be worse," he said. "What? You like being bonded to that GIGIN? Of course not. It's not like I chose to be, or anything. I was dead, and Shampoo put my soul in that stupid body. I happen to like this body," said Kim, with poison in her voice. "Is there anything wrong with it?" "Kim, I didn't see you coming. Don't worry. As soon as I find out about some way to split us without killing me, I'll go through with it. You won't have to endure this stupid body any longer than you have to." "Good. What? I mean, oh, boys. I'll check my messages now," Kim said coldly. "Enjoy your girlfriend. You still haven't learned to keep that big mouth of yours shut," said Akan, shaking her head. "Do you practice making girls unhappy, or is it just a talent of yours?" "Akan. Not that I mind that she dislikes you." The ghost winked, then whispered, "Less competition. You never used to be this friendly. Try 100 years of loneliness. It'll work wonders. After that much time, one gets to be fond of even a handa like you." She smiled, and bent over to ruffle his hair. Unfortunately, she did so a little too vigorously, and her hand went through his head. They began to laugh, but were interrupted by a sound coming from the speakerphone on the desk. "Voice check. King Thompson." A forest voice confirmed. "You have 2 new messages." "Play first message," said King, calmly and crisply so the computer would understand. First unheard message. Broadcast from Nakoyadan Restaurant at 10:52 p.m. Click end of message. Delete message. Message deleted. "Must have been Shampoo," said Ranma. "She's not used to all these electronics yet, so she probably didn't want to leave a message." Kim nodded. Next message. Second unheard message. Broadcast from unknown location. Long distance. At 11:01 p.m. A woman's voice soprano came from the speaker. "Hello, darling. It's Mom. Thought we'd forgotten all about your birthday, didn't you? Well, surprise. The company's sending me to Japan next week, and I'm going 2 days early so that I can meet you on your birthday. We can go out to a restaurant, and you can introduce me to all those friends you keep telling me about. Especially that Hibiki boy you always mention. When are you going to get serious with him? Listen to me, honey. If you don't nab him now, another gal will, and it's not often you come across someone so good-looking and rich. I'll have more to say about that when I see you next week. Good luck with your studies. Oh, yes. Dad and P-Bar say hi." End of message. Delete or save message. Silence. Delete or save message. Nothing. Kim, you gonna do something about that machine? Delete message, she said quietly. Message deleted. End of new messages. Disconnect. Goodbye. Polite machine. Kim wasn't looking very well. Her face had suddenly become drawn and pale. Her eyes were watering, and her fists were clenched and trembling. What's wrong? If it's about Radico, that's all right. I suspected you had something for him, and knock on wood found out soon enough. It's not about Radico. Then what? Come on. Tell me. Kim paused, closed her eyes, then took a deep breath. My mother is coming to see me. I heard. Next week. Yes. How am I going to explain this to her? How am I going to explain you to her? Do I just say, sorry, Mom, I haven't taken any cold showers because that'll make me turn into a male Japanese jock? Oh. Well, it's alright, I think. Just so long as you don't get near any cold water for the visit. It's only a day or two, right? She's here on company business. Could be a week. Ranma was still for a moment, then blushed. Akan wants me to tell you that it's alright with her if you keep the body for the week. After a while, he added, that goes for me, too. Thompson shook her head. It's still no good. As soon as she comes, she'll hear about you from any female worth her estrogen on campus, and of course she'll ask questions, starting with, if he lives with you, where is he? And did you hear the way she went on about Rat? Geez, when she finds out about you, she'll probably think we're serious. Don't laugh, Akan. I can see why she'd find it funny. Why? Yes, Mother. I guess you could say that we are one of body. Couldn't that be a way out? Oh? What? Well, we could pretend that, you know. A mallet-shaped impression formed quite suddenly on Ranma's skull. Only for that week. Just to get her out of hot water. Poor choice of words, Ranma. Sorry. That might work. Except I've already told everyone here you're my cousin. Your mother knows that's not true. Right. My cover'd be blown anyway. Well, looks like we're stuck as an item for the week, Jock. Hey, who knows? Something good might come out of it all. Maybe she'll give up that obsession of hers of trying to hitch me to Rat. Just one problem. What is it? We can't appear together at the same time. No big deal. We can find excuses. I hope. Outside, a clock told the hour. Oh, shoot, said Kim. It's 1 already. We'd better get to the Nakoyadan, pronto. What about your shower? It can wait. Isn't it a bit late? I mean, early, to go. Kim sighed. Put it this way, Brainiac. After seeing that key blast, are you sure you want to leave Rat and Shampoo alone for that long? Good point. He was bitter boy before the CKO incident, and that was bad enough. Now when he gets mad, he really blows up. You're sure he's never done that before? Kim shook her head. Apart from that lousy sense of direction of his, He's always been a pretty standard guy. Well, okay. He's cuter than most, and he's awfully weird, but he's certainly no nuclear reactor. Ranma nodded. Besides, I have lectures starting at 8, and they won't end till 5 in the afternoon, so this is our only chance to see her for at least the next day or so. Let's go. Just a second. Kim opened a drawer in her desk, and pulled out a brush, which she ran through her hair. She then put it back, smoothed her eyebrows with her forefingers, and straightened her jacket. I'm still wearing rat's clothes, she said. Guess that's alright. At least they're tasteful. How will we get there? The CKO's not getting my car till late afternoon, and Rat took the motorcycle. Motomic. Whatever. We can walk. It's only 10 blocks, or so. I'm not worried about Akan and me. We can float. Are you sure you're fine walking? Yes. Let's leave, then. Ranma grinned. As Kim was locking the door to the room, they were greeted by a shadowy figure coming down the hall. Hi there, Kim, said the cheery female voice. Oh, great, said Thompson. It's Squirrel Girl. I don't like this, mumbled Akan. The newcomer stopped in front of the group. She was about 5'9", amazingly thin, and had skin as pale as typewriter paper. Dark rings surrounded her eyes, which were jet black, and a white streak ran down the middle of her long brown hair. Besides the ubiquitous university jacket, the only thing she wore was a red and black skin-tight bodysuit. I can't believe it, said Ranma. She looks just like a female Gosankuji. That's probably because I am a female Gosankuji, she said. Hi. Gosankuji cried. Pleased to meet you. You must be Ranma. I've heard lots about you. Scaride waved shyly, with a tight-lipped smile on her face. Ranma blinked. Exactly how many people here could see him? He looked at Kim, but it was of no use. She looked just as puzzled as he did. Akan. Haven't seen you in a while. You never told me you knew Thompson. Akan was looking very troubled, but managed a nervous grin, and a small hand wave. Hi, Mudkin. Fancy meeting you here. Kim's eyes had grown to double their size when the girl ghost had addressed Ranma. Now they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Akan, she said, her face pointing in the wrong direction. You never told me you knew Squirrel Girl. Strange, that, said Scaride. I met her through Childra. She used to come to my history lectures, but she dropped them a couple of weeks after I joined. She turned to Akan. So, you gonna join again? I don't think so. Oh, well. You are missing out on some great stuff. The process turns wonderful. She looked at Ranma, blushing slightly. Are you taking history? ER. No. He said. Theoretical physics. Scaride's eyes lit up. Really? She asked excitedly. He'll be in my class, said Kim. Great. Can't wait to see you there. See me there? I'm in Kim's class. Double major. Theoretical physics, and exploratory history. Well, it's archaeological anthropology right now, but I hope to get into the other one eventually. Her eyes narrowed, as she looked first at Kim, then at Ranma. Or, are you two thinking of, going out? What? Me go out with that uncute guy? Yes, interrupted Kim. I, made up the story about Ranma being my cousin. I just didn't want the other girls to, be jealous. Oh, don't worry about it, Thompson. Skyride's grin spread from ear to ear. I can spot your lies a mile off. Still, this is the 21st century. No big deal if you're cousins. A wink. Trust me. I know. 'Cause. So. About you and Rat. What about me and Rat? You two aren't. What? You're always with him, and you did go on that trip with him, and he always talks about you, so I thought there is nothing between me and HIDIKIORIORIKU. Glad to hear it, she chimed. You're sure about that? Look, Skyride, said Kim, I'd love to keep on chatting, but we have to go somewhere right now. We were just on our way out. Oh, that's alright. I'd have to keep looking for Raraku, anyway. At 1 meter, Skyride shrugged. I haven't seen or heard from him in a while, so I thought I'd check to make sure he was alright. Do you know where he is right now? All three shook their heads. Oh, well, with his sense of direction, it'd probably take me days to find him. Off to bed, then, I suppose. I've got a 5 AM lab to go to. Night. Good night, Mudkin. Bye. Nice meeting you, said Ranma. After nodding an acknowledgement to the farewells, Skyride scurried down the hall, eventually disappearing down a staircase. What was that? Asked Ranma. That was big trouble, answered Kim. It's Kosankuzi Skyride, brightest student in my physics class, and sickeningly modest about it. I had no idea she could see spirits. Oh. And how the heck does she know I can? HM? Ranma turned to his late fiancée. Can you explain all this? Well, Skyride has a little problem. You see. She took a deep breath. Children see spirits like half-transparent things. Mudkin is a lot more powerful that way. Oh, so she can't tell the difference between the dead and the living unless she actually touches them to find out whether they're solid. Oh, you mean? Akan nodded. It gets worse. You remember how she said I dropped those lectures? Ranma nodded. That's because she has this little obsession with putting ghosts to rest. If she ever found out I wasn't alive, she can't do that, can she? I'm afraid so. She's known as the killer of the dead. Think of what Ikaru would have been if his magic had actually worked. Now there's a scary thought. What is it? Asked Kim. Akan says that ghost girl there can't tell real people from stiffs unless she touches them. Stiffs. True to style, Ranma ignored Akan and kept on going. Not only that, but she gets here kicks out ascending ghosts to the other world. Guess it's gonna be interesting to have classes with her. If she sees you when no one else can. But I can't be exorcised. Right? I don't know. I'm a scientist, not a witch, for Pete's sake, and I'm not even Japanese. Heck, I didn't even believe in ghosts before all this began. All the more reason to get to the Nakeland and pronto. If anyone can help us, it's Shampoo. She spent all that time studying magic and spirits and stuff. She must know some way we can protect ourselves. Good point. Let's go. The Kunyu Foundation, Nirima Control Center. Perdita frowned at the monitor before her. Heat sigs inside the room that Ranma had entered were minimal, just the usual appliances and climatic ducts. It seemed he'd left without her. Unless he's not a clone. Nabiki knew what wonders the KF could do with cybernetics. It was a definite possibility, and one that did make her feel a lot more comfortable. Nonetheless, computer, access front door security camera information for Kunyu Hall, tonight, between 12:40 and 1:20 meters, accessed. Input query. Did anyone leave the building? Affirmative. Who? Searching visual database. Search complete. Search results. SA audio and anime. GOSUNKUGISKURID. He'd left, then, late at night. And with a ghost descendant? Curiouser and curiouser. Did they leave together? Negative. Just a coincidence, then. Or was it? Computer, estimated whereabouts of Gosankuji's in motion. Estimating destination. Please wait. Calculation completed. Destination, HIDIKI mansion. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. Perdita was willing to bet that there was yet another family with their finger in the Anocorp pie. Computer, cross-reference Gosankuji genetics and cloning. Assembling list. List complete. 229,374,024 items found matching criteria. Prints flash display number sign. Let's leave it at that. It was all she needed to know. If the sprint holds, the cock's mine, she grinned, quoting the Shakespearean play from which Dana Rodak lifted her new name. This was a time of political unrest, and any embarrassment to the Kunyu Foundation, or to Anocorp, could prove fatal and her ticket out of her indenture. She'd have to look at this Ranma closely. Chances were he was going back to home base. A clone this good was either an Anocorp job or illegal. Maybe both. And if he wasn't quite a clone, he was certainly worth watching. If she set the execution right on the scent of the two girls, the Gain and the Gosankuji, hoisted by their own petard, she grinned. Syntax error. Repeat query. I wasn't talking to you, said Perdita. This ride should be easy enough, but as for the other one, deliberately boycotting the KF-defined programming in her head, Perdita flipped back a few screens, until she found the social security file she was looking for. Computer, give me the best estimate as to the current whereabouts of subject Thompson Kimberly. Probable location, error, what? Computer, explain. Error. Divide by 0. You are not making any sense. Last known location. Kyonoyu Hall, University of Tokyo. Probability 100. Positive visual identification. We're in Kunyu Hall. Subject sighted at lobby, front entrance. Alright. Last stable location. Searching. Search complete. Room A323 Kyonoyu Hall. Bingo. Now, to see the connection. That room belongs to University of Tokyo Holdings, Incorporated. I meant, who rooms in it? Thompson, Kimberly. Interesting. Single room. Affirmative. You're sure Thompson didn't leave with Ranma? She was going over the heat side records now, and that was the only option left open. Ranma's exit marked the only increase in temperature, and since it was a rather cool and rainy night, anyone else would have left a trace visible for miles. Wait a minute. Yes. It was a cool night. And Kunyu Hall was notorious for its lack of amenities. A quick check confirmed her suspicions. There was little heating of most rooms. Which meant, of course, that anyone sensible would be wearing thermally retentive clothing, which would cloak their heat sides, especially with those outdated climatic control sensors. Probability 90. Deduction for nighttime visuals. Touché. The solution was binary. Either Miss Thompson had left with the clone, or she hadn't. Either way, she'd be found, be it by herself or Sable. The cyborg cracked her knuckles and started typing a small intra-office memo. She chided herself for not having thought of it before, but at least it wasn't a fatal error. One tended to forget such things as heat and cold when one's body temperature was electronically regulated to a perfect level. She clicked the send button. Confirm priority 1 message status. Ray. Investigation requested. U of Tokyo/illegal cloning link. 2. Southeast-1B-Y-L. Head executioner. In the LIMA district. Confirmed. Priority 1 message sent. Now that was done. Computer. Calculate current whereabouts of subject Saotome Ranma. Subject is in grid 180. Grid 180? Perdita frowned. That sounded familiar. She plugged the company ordinates into the finder, and grinned. If the clone wanted to impersonate Ranma, he was off to a good start. Computer, program hovercar for the Nakoyadan, and bring it to the main gate. I'm going to join him. Programming complete. The Nakoyadan's doorbell woke Shampoo from her slumber. I'm coming, she said to no one in particular, as she rose from her bed. Groggily, she unlocked the front door and slid the doors open. The sight waiting for her brought her to full consciousness. Ranma, you come for Shampoo. Yeah. Hi there, Shampoo. Said the soaked to the bone Saotome. Listen, you think I could go inside? It's raining kinda hard, and oh, Shampoo, so sorry. She stepped aside and let Ranma into the restaurant, along with someone else. He's brought the nice girl, too. What about Ranma, Childrel? Yes. What? Akan's still dead. She no ghost. Right? Actually, she's right here, said King. But only another spirit can see her. Big mouth, said Ranma. Shampoo shook her head. She should have known that Jansen wasn't the type to lie. Still, it didn't make her feel any better to have that bit of history brought back. Having a competitor for Ranma's heart who could change her appearance at will. She will be put to rest. The Amazon's eyes narrowed. Just wait until I get my hands on the right herbs. Is okay, she lied. Shampoo? Ranma paused. Huh? It is. Shampoo nodded. Shampoo grow up now. No fight with Akan anymore. At least, not until she found the right weapons. No use trying to hit a spirit with Bonbury, especially when you couldn't see it. Better add Ghost Sight Potion to the list, she thought. During all her time in Juzenkyo, she'd always thought that when the time came she'd be alone, she'd be the only one for her groom. Things always turned out differently than planned, however, and now there was the Church of Kodakai, and the violent demonies. I'm glad to hear that. Real glad. Kim inspected the interior of the restaurant. Don't seem to be any signs of structural damage. Everything looks okay. What nice girl talk about. Oh, we was just wondering how you and Rat would get along, being cooped up for all these hours in the same building, and all, said Ranma. Where is he, anyway? Shampoo blinked. It had been awfully quiet lately. Shampoo leave children and Rat that in next room. Ranma wait here, yes? Shampoo go check. Take your time. Exploratory History Building, University of Tokyo. Very worried Hibiki-san took the first opportunity that came to excuse herself from the emergency staff meeting and go to the ladies' room. Once in, she checked it was empty, not that it wouldn't be, this late at night. Locked the door with her master key and pulled a small black card from her pocket. A tap on its side and it split, revealing a speaker, and a button, which the woman pressed. "Shannon, is that you?" came the voice from the other end of the communicator. "Who else would be contacting you this way?" "The KF? Very funny." "Not funny at all. Actually, have you gone out of your mind?" "What?" "I've told you never to use the mirror without consulting me." "I don't understand." "The mirror. You forgot to tell me you were going to use it, so I picked it up on their scans. And now the department is crawling over me with questions that I can't answer. Do you realize how we haven't used the mirror?" "Don't give me that." "Shannon, it's in the room with me, and it's been there for 2 weeks, at least." "Then do you care to explain the sudden tachyon flux in grid 180? Grid 180? I'm glad your hearing hasn't decayed with age." "Yes. The tachyon flux. Complete with residual visual energy in the 3-8 range. Sound familiar?" "I'm telling you, we haven't a pause." "Grid 180, you said?" "That's right. I hope I'm wrong. But what?" Kendo headed towards there immediately after her shift. One of our operatives caught the programming for the hover car. That's what I was trying to tell you. How long ago was that? About 5 minutes. Deity. Precisely. If the Kunyu Foundation has discovered our little secret, are you sure it's still a secret? I'm sorry. Your mirror. Is it real, or has it been switched with a replica? A banging on the door. Shannon, are you alright? One of her subordinates was calling to her from outside. Chikaso. Too much longer, and they'd suspect something was up. Yes. All in a minute. She whispered at the card. Sorry about that. Is the mirror yours? Unless you know of any others that have a tendency to glow. Thankfully, the KF's about as subtle as a sledgehammer, so even if they have figured it out, there's no way they'll be able to use it. I'm not worried about the KF. That's a first. I'm worried about Perdita. She is the mistress of subtlety, and much as I hate to say it, if it suits her purposes. Silence. Can you send your troubleshooter? Children? I suppose so. Where is it? I assume you have a more precise fix than we do. The Nakefulan restaurant. The Nakefulan. Why on earth don't you just call up Antacid? This matter's too important to be trusted to men. Shannon grinned. Good point. I'll check on Children. Over and out. University of Tokyo Commerce Building. Basement Taburu sat at her desk, looking at her reflection in a mirror in the mirror. So many times he'd thanked the fate that had placed it in her hands, that had allowed her and her associates to help this world gone insane in what little way they could. She'd grown to associate blue with goodness, with purity. Every time she saw the sparks around the frame, the crackling semi-electricity, she'd feel her goal intensified, she'd feel her work justified, and hope of fulfillment would grow within her. But now there seemed to be something beyond the blue. A shadow of sorts, just out of sight, but nonetheless affecting her perception. The image looking back at her was obviously not at ease. Now that it seemed the Kunyu Foundation had acquired their own version of the artifact. She didn't want to think of it, but it all made sense. Perdita, the high-energy research in Shirotari some years back. She was a fool for not having seen it coming. And it had come, there was no doubt of that, if half of what Shannon had told her was true. What would they do with the power? Some years ago, she would have said, not much. After all, the altering of time is a delicate thing, and trying to make too strong a change will result in nothing but a useless temporal split. But now they had created their own perfect controller, a cybernetic body capable of split-hair reactions,